Brother, I am already losing frames. What the heck? Hold on. There we go. I don't know. That was weird. Okay, should be fine now. That was bizarre. All right. All right. Yeah. Hello, Ratchet. How are you? We are gonna get started in about 42 minutes, but we actually have a pre-show in about 15, 10-ish minutes, so we'll do that eventually. Mm. Yes, welcome, welcome. I know 42 minutes is crazy, but the reason why I'm 42 minutes early is because we're gonna do a pre-show in about 10 minutes. So I'm gonna be bringing in a couple of co-commentators to chat with me about the surviving players and how this season has been going. So there's a reason why I'm streaming 42 minutes early. I swear we're not just gonna be here waiting. Oh man. Yes, welcome. Trav Weave on YouTube saying my money is on Blue Scuti, and Shane Lightning saying Blue Scuti for president. So um we're currently in the middle of a election period here in America. So if you guys are looking to vote for somebody, vote for Blue Scuti. CTL approved. Yes, welcome everybody that's beginning to tune in. Um I did start a little bit early, but that's because I want to kind of get some people in here before we start the pre-show. That's going to start in 10 minutes now. So we will see what happens. If you guys want to look at that, whoops, ignore that. None of you saw that. Look at the brackets. There you go. That's what ended up happening in season 26 of the quarterfinals. Tristop versus Sodium, a seed 1 versus seed 8 matchup where Sodium took the upset in a reverse sweep. It almost looked like Tristop was going to take that in a sweep, but was not able to clutch up that third win, and Sodium took the semifinal spot. Senna versus Myles, a very, very close matchup, not just in terms of seeding, but it also in how they both played. It was very back and forth. Sinev just couldn't get the 29 play that day, so Myles took the game in another decider. And then Dog versus Neko. Um, Neko had an early top out in game one. Game two tied up the set, but Dog was able to clutch up the last two games to take the set 3-1. And then Blue Scuti versus Dan. Once again, another reverse sweep situation where Dan V was up 2-0 over Blue Scuti. Scuti was just having a bad, not bad, but it was just some aggressive plays on 29 speeds. And almost looked like he was in danger of getting swept in the quarterfinals, but was able to clutch up a reverse sweep and now is in the semifinals to face off against Dog playing Tetris. Eyeball, hello, welcome, welcome. It's about to go so hard, yes. We're gonna get started in 38 minutes. I don't know why Nightbot shot up. Nightbot. Nightbot is so bad on YouTube. I don't know why it doesn't get fixed. Yes. How should I do this? How should I start inviting the people over in about a few minutes? Should I just go one on one? Just go like, hey, eyeball, what's up? How you doing, man? How's life? What do you think? You think Blue Scuti will take back to back? Good questions. Good questions. But yeah, I'm gonna start pinging Myles and Sodium a little early, 30 minutes, so that they can have time to calibrate and send me their ninjas when they're available. That way we can just get started, get the ball rolling. Personally, I've got me winning the whole thing. Yes, that is true. Eyeball, the 7-time CTL champion, 4-time CTWC champion, and 20-time CTM champion. Myles said, "Don't ping me." Well, shut up. Don't tell me what to do, bitch. I'm kidding. I'm only saying that because it's pre-show, so it doesn't matter. I don't have to censor yet. Hello, hello, Pine Scootly. Welcome on in. Pumpy Heart saying my money is on this not starting in 37 minutes. Yeah, what makes you say that, huh? You mean to tell me that we're not gonna be on schedule? Because we never are. We're always like 10 minutes late. Kip Duron on Twitch saying good luck to Myles. Yes, Myles, one of our semifinalists, is looking for his second ever spot in the championship finals. His first time was in season 23 against Andy, where he unfortunately got swept. So looking for a bit of redemption there. Sodium is in his first championship playoffs and is now already in the semifinals. Kind of like with Dan, what happened with Dan last season. Jaded Heart on Twitch asking, starting in 36 minutes. Yes, that is correct. But we will be having a pre-show in about 6 minutes. I'll be inviting a couple of guests over to talk about this season and our surviving players and how things will go, what their predictions are, what they think, who do you think sucks, who do you think is good, all that jazz. So that'll be in about 5 minutes. Thank you, Myles, already with a ninja cam, making sure we are geared up and ready to go. Yes, we won't get started for about a good half hour, so let's get Myles in the scene. Thank you. I mean, Eyeball, if you're here already and you're available, feel free to join the CTL voice chat. I'm just in the regular voice chat. I'm not gonna bother doing a locked chat. If some random people show up, I'll just mute them. It's fine. I'm a mod. It's okay. It's okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Hmm. Thank you for the ninjas, and we are set for that. All right, perfect. So let me just DM the S that I have going on for tonight. I will also have some co-commentators for the actual matches. I believe Eyeball will be doing co-commentary with me for at least one of the semifinals. I don't know if he'll be available for the second one, but if he is, that'd be cool. I would not be opposed whatsoever to that. Why am I peeking? Hello? Bam. Let's make this a little lower. There we go. Because that should be okay. I really like these co-commentators, man. I think they've got a bright future ahead of themselves. Yeah, especially in Super Mario speedruns. It's pretty. I don't. I just have a hunch something's gonna happen. Um. Maybe I should do an intro, right? Welcome everybody to the CTL season 20. Who cares, right? But it's like we're 30 minutes early, so it's not like it matters that much. Oh. All right. Bro, I was playing Super Mario Bros. For the first time in months yesterday, and I got an 8-3 on 455 pace from 1-2 after like 25 minutes. Well, there you go. You know, who needs derusting? There's no such thing. You're either good or you're bad, and you were just good when you came back after months of not playing.
Good
Oh, hello,
morning.
hello, Coffee and Jasmine. Welcome, welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, how's everyone doing today?
I'm awesome. How are you?
Doing pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. I did do my best to set up for this pre-show. I didn't do a good job at it. So we're gonna be winging it with a couple of uh very improvised questions. Just like it should be, right?
Oh yeah.
But yeah, we're just Eyeball's gonna be here in a few minutes. Let me get the
Hello,
screen.
hello.
Oh, Eyeball, welcome. Speak of the devil. Welcome on in.
Hello, Mr. Ball.
Hello, Jasmine. Hello, Coffee. And
You
of course,
guys-
hello, PK Rick. I can't forget him.
You almost did though, but hello. All right. I shared the screen. Let me know if you guys can see it, so we can get
Yep.
started.
Yep.
What
All
is
right.
this, a Zoom meeting?
Got a bracket.
Kingsman on Twitch saying wing it. That's exactly what we're gonna do here. But yes, let's take a look at the brackets. Let's not waste any time here. We got 30 minutes. So let's get started here. So let me ask the big questions. Who's your favorite to win?
I don't think you
Um,
could be asking such non-democratic questions like that.
Well, here in CTL, we are known for not being democratic. We're all about the dynasties and the corruption. But yes, I'll ask you guys one by one if you guys can't come up with any questions. Eyeball, let's start with you. Who do you think is gonna win?
Ooh, boy, this is a tough one. Honestly, from my experience playing these players, I'd give it to Scuti. Dog is obviously
I
very
hope
good.
Garrick wins.
Myles is obviously very good. And Sodium is obviously very good. Sodium's the only one of these players. Actually, I've been in Dog as well. So let's immediately rule out those two. No, just kidding. Okay, this is just my opinion. I think if Scuti is playing his best Tetris, I think Scuti is the favorite. But if Scooty's having a bad day, I give it to either Dog or Myles. It's tough because Myles is one of those players that can just on a random Tuesday drop like 1.6s consistently. So it's really hard to judge. I'm giving it to Scuti, but it could go like so many different ways.
Very nice, very nice. Let's see. How about you, Coffee? What do you think?
Well, you could talk in terms of like absolute favorite of like who's the best player, but sometimes you have to consider the brackets people are in. And as a stats major, I worked it out probabilistically, and if you look at the brackets and multiply out people's chances of winning in each round, it's looking like out of the 4 players, it's going to be Myles that has the greatest chance to win the whole tournament out of any of these players, even if he isn't going to be the favorite in the finals. I'll say it's Myles this season. Let's go.
All right, Myles going for his first ever championship title, according to Coffee. Jasmine, let's say you. What do you think?
Well, I think we have one prediction for Scooty and one prediction for Myles. I'd better shake it up. I think Dog's gonna win.
Dog.
I do think that Dog has a really good mindset, and I feel like when he's down, like he doesn't really let it get to him. And I feel like he's been playing like pretty solid recently. I think he has a really good chance. But like depending on whether he faces Sodium or Myles in the finals, I think both Sodium and Myles are very consistent players, and are very good at capitalizing off of their opponents' like inconsistencies. So I feel like it'll really be up to whether Dog or Scooty are like playing at their best, no early top outs, but I think Dog has the best shot.
All right, so we're gonna be going for the 5-time potential for Dog. Already our biggest winner, or the player with the most wins in CTL history with 4. It's looking for his 5th title. Notice how nobody predicted Sodium, which is interesting. Also, if you guys, because you guys definitely asked, I predict that Scuti will go for the back-to-back run. Got his first championship title last season, and I think he has what it takes. He lost that. I guess there was a bit of pressure there since he didn't win a CTL title before last season. But now that that's gone, it's just sort of like, oh, I think we can be seeing a little less pressure, some more regular play. But yeah, I think it could go to anybody really. But yeah, let's talk about the players individually. Let's start with Sodium and the 8th seed who beat Tristop 3-2 in a bracket upset. What almost seemed like it would be a cut and dry sweep from Tristop after those first 2 games. Sodium was able to clutch it up in the last 3 and force that reverse sweep. So let's take a look at the player cards here for Sodium. Match record
What a
4 and
slide.
4. Yeah.
Stylish.
I know. Kingsman gave me about 2 hours to set this up before bed. So let's see. Match record 4 and 4. Bit of a little trivia here. This is actually, I believe, the player with the I'll say worst record, but it isn't a bad record by any means. But like the worst match record who managed to qualify into the championship playoffs. 4-4 match record, 18-15 game record, 31 points. This season is currently his best placement so far, already in the semifinals after qualifying to his first ever championship playoffs. So what do you guys think about Sodium, not just in CTL, but just throughout every competition that he's played in, his consistency, how high he scores, his chances of making it to the finals?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. You just got everyone going at the same time.
Yeah. Let's start
I'll
with
kick
you,
it off
Eyeball.
'cause I
Yeah.
recently played Sodium actually in Montreal, so that was a very, very fun matchup. Sodium always a player that's gonna push you. It's actually kind of funny when you mentioned Sodium beating Tristop because obviously I lost to Tristop, but I beat Sodium, so it's kind of a little triangle of like, oh, who's the best player of these three? Frankly, I don't know, but Sodium as a player is someone who doesn't necessarily go all out on kill screen. You see guys like Scuti or some up and comers, especially these newer players. Like he's not here, but Neko as well is one of those guys that just goes all out on kill screen. Sodium is not really someone like that. Sodium is someone who's gonna survive to 39 pretty often. Someone who's gonna score Tetrises on 29, but you might not see a bunch of 1.6s from him. But that's what makes him a tough opponent. He's going to be consistent and he's going to get some very good scores.
Coffee, what do you think?
So yeah, as you pointed out, Sodium is actually the wildest card in the books. He went 4-4, and due to the wild card system, he was able to qualify for the top 8 in the playoffs despite being 5th in his division. And that's just because of how the remaining players worked out. He did the best out of the candidates selected for 8th place. And if you look and break down by the matches he did play, he never lost to Myles, right? Because he was never in the same division as Myles. We haven't seen them play in CTL at least. Jasmine might be able to elaborate on that a little bit. But Sodium is definitely sort of a toss-up player. You can see him maybe win against some of the better players, lose sometimes just by crashing out. It'll vary from set to set. But if you look at this picture we have on the slide, you'll see the same Corsair Void, maybe the same glasses that he's had for years potentially. And that's just Sodium really being locked in on the consistency. Everything in his life is consistent, and I think we might see consistency in his play today, and that's what he'll need to perform well against Myles.
All right.
Would you say that Sodium is the Shea Gilgeous-Alexander of Tetris? Is that what you're trying to get at here?
He needs to be. We'll say
He
that.
needs to be. All right.
Jasmine, what do you think of his chances here?
Yeah, as Coffee was alluding to, I was doing a little bit of research before today. And so if you look at all of the matches in the like matches database for the entire year, Sodium has not played Myles at all this year. And so I think it's going to be really interesting to see how their first match of the year shakes out. I think, as everyone was saying, Sodium is a very consistent player, and that is probably his biggest strength relative to everyone else. The problem there is that I also consider Myles to be like one of the most consistent players too. And so like Sodium might be hard pressed to like line out a little bit more and just like score all the way up to level 39 and like hope that his opponent tops out early when his opponent is Myles. So I think his path to the finals is going to be especially tough, but we'll see what happens. And if he does make it to the finals, I don't think like Dog and Scuti are as consistent as Sodium and Myles, so maybe he'll have more luck there. We'll see.
Sodium, not someone to get a lot of 1.6s into 39 in comp, but is also very, very consistent. Let's take a look at the bracket one more time, just to kind of emphasize something real quick. If you guys take a look at the top bracket, Tristop, Sodium, Sidnev, and Myles, these 4 players have never won a CTL title. And so just from the start, we were now looking for a potential finalist, or really just guaranteed a finalist that has never won a CTL title before. Myles is the only player out of those 4 that has made it to the finals once, getting swept against Andy in season 23. So speaking of Myles, let's take a look at his player card here. 5th seed, match record 7-1, game record 21-11 points. With 41 points this season, his best CTL placement was being the runner-up of season 23. And a bit of a fact here, is currently his best performing season in terms of points scored. In previous seasons, if he were to only lose like one match, it would be because there's only like 5 or 6 matches to play. And then if there was like, let's say 7 or 8, he would usually end up being in the middle of the table with like a 4-3 match record, 3-4 match record, something like that. So this is his first season where he had to play a lot of matches, and he ended up uh, forming at his best consistently. So let's start with Eyeball once again. What do you think about Myles here? Not just potentially making it to the finals, but his chances at even taking his first title.
Yeah, I mean, Myles is actually someone I did play this season. We were in the same division. So when it comes to Myles as a player, I actually took him the 5 games in that match. And that was probably one of the better rounds of Tetris I've played. And Myles still managed to beat me. So that was a game where I dropped back-to-back 1.5 plus. And Myles was just a more consistent player in the end. And that's what Myles is going to need to make it to the finals and win his first CTL title. He's going to need to keep that consistency that he's shown against me and pretty much everyone he's played against. That's how he's here right now in this Final Four here in CTL. So really, it all comes down to, of course, Myles playing consistently, but also him getting good scores, because with consistency, you also need to keep that pace up, and Myles is someone who can do it.
So, Coffee, as I mentioned, Myles's previous finals run ended in a sweep against him. What do you think might be something that he needs to work towards avoiding if he wants to potentially perform even better than his already best performing season in 23?
Right. Myles went 7-1 this season, and those 7 are watching all from the stands, and the one is staring at him from across the bracket. He lost to Blue Scuti 0-3, and everybody else who he defeated is no longer in the playoffs. He had sort of one of the more lopsided divisions, but he was able to beat players like Tristop, Eyeball, and Portal all in the regular season. He might be a player that could be sort of the bane of Sodium in a certain way, where he can be maybe consistent, but at a slightly higher level on average, where if he got 1.3, 1.4 every game, that would be really tough for Sodium to match. And he has definitely a good shot of making it to the finals. But in playing either Blue Scuti or Dog, these are going to be players he's had rougher records against, and I think at that point he'll probably need to go for an uncomfortable level of aggression and just see what he can put up, and that's going to be his best hope in the finals if he can make it there.
Jasmine, what do you think about Myles' performance, not just in this playoffs, but in the regular season? What do you think he can do here tonight?
I think Myles has a really good shot. As Coffee was saying in the beginning, the way that the statistics all multiply together. If Myles does end up facing Dog in the finals, I think he has a better chance than if he faces Scuti. Looking at like the matches that he's played against those two players since the beginning of the year, like more recently, Scuti has been beating Myles pretty consistently, like 3-0s, 3-1s. But in the past 2 games that Myles has played against Dog, Myles has actually won both of them in Lone Star with a sweep and July Masters with a 3-2 record. So I think that might be one of Myles's strengths. Or sorry, like if Myles ends up facing Dog, I think he might have a better chance just historically. One thing I am curious to see, I think Myles did move from home to his new dorm, and I feel like environment actually plays a pretty big factor in some people's performance. Um, Tristop and his college chair seem to have worked against him. So I'm pretty interested to see like how that ends up shaking out. It seems pretty unpredictable, like what's going to happen there.
It's interesting you say that Myles might have a better shot against Dog than against Scooti, because I remember, I think it was season 24, or maybe it was 23 actually, when he made the finals. He had actually begged Scooti to make it to the finals so that there could be a Myles versus Scooti matchup. Like he wanted that. Unfortunately, Scooti got eliminated in the semifinals against Andy, I believe. So that ended up not happening. But who knows? Maybe this season it'll end up happening for once. Now that we're bringing up Scuti here, let's take a look at Scuti's player card. Scuti, our current reigning champion. I should have added like a crown or something in his player card because he's the reigning champion, right? Maybe if Kingsman gave me 3 hours instead of 2 hours, I would have done that. But Anyway, Scuti at seed 3, match record the same as Myles, 7-1. Got swept against Tristop, I believe. If he had not gotten swept, he would have been the first seed. But Tristop clutched it up in the regular season. Game record 21-6 points, 46. His best CTL placement is being the champion, which was last season, making him our current reigning champion. Eyeball, what do you think of his chances of potentially taking the back-to-back title?
Well, as I said earlier in the broadcast here, I do have Scuti as my favorite prediction. Now, of course, that doesn't necessarily say much. All of these players have a very good shot at doing it, but when it comes to Scuti, there's just something about his play. Like, it's weird because I don't consider him the best stacker of the group here or something like that. I just think there's something about the way he plays where he can just grind out victories and will his way to beating opponents, even if it's by little or by a lot. That's something that Scuti has shown himself capable of doing, you know? I just think that if Scuti actually sees S flats on 29, he's got a very, very good chance of making it to the finals and winning it all, going for the back-to-back.
All right. Surprise, Jasmine. Once again, let's change the lineup a little bit. What do you think about Scuti? Do you think that Scuti last season it felt like he was on a tear because he felt like he had something to prove to finally take that title after being so close for so long and finally took it. Do you think that now that he's finally has a title under his belt, all that pressure is sort of gone, or do you think there's like a new set of pressure? Maybe now he has to show that it wasn't a fluke, or maybe he has to show that yeah he's capable of potentially taking dominance in this tournament. What do you think about Scuti in that aspect?
I think both are definitely possibilities. I feel though that probably he's feeling a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more self-assured after having won last season. Knowing that he can do it, might make him a little bit more relaxed and be able to concentrate more on his stacking than about not losing and about, appealing his fans and defending himself and proving himself. I do think that if like he had already won like 5 in a row and this was his sixth, then maybe he'd be really stressed and pressured to put on that streak. But I'm hoping that he's a little bit more self-assured and that he's able to focus a little bit more on his S spots on 29, which is actually really funny because I because Coffee, didn't you teach him how to S flat?
That is the case.
Yes,
Wow.
I was in chat that day. It was like 2 months ago or something.
So what you're saying is Coffee made Blue Scuti who he is today. Speaking of which, Coffee, let's talk about the matchup against Dog. I think it's a pretty safe bet to assume that whoever takes that match will have to. It'll be determined by who has a better 29 play today. How do you feel about Scooty's stacking on 29 in comparison to Dog in terms of competitive play?
Right. Something interesting about Blue Scuti is even though he's one of the most consistent players at the top level, he's really like a unique phenomenon in terms of he's kind of a newer player, like relative to all the other three players who started playing in 2019. He came in like I don't know if it's like 2022 or like some much more recently than these other players, and he managed to build up a lot of knowledge and a lot of consistency in that amount of time. And you might see like some sort of stacking discrepancy throughout 18 and 19, but his mechanics are really consistent and he's able to match pace despite having less experience in maybe the stacking department and having gone through less metas than some of these other players. And I think by the time you get to 29, that difference in stacking has mostly dissipated, and Scuti is sort of known for just silently slamming down Tetrises in the background of 29, and he'll maintain a really consistent pace, get out of high digs in early 29, and pretty consistently survive to those levels of 36, 37, where if you can't match him in terms of survival, you're going to be outdone by pace. So it's going to be, I think, a really high level match between Scuti and Dog, and Pre-kill screen's gonna have a lot to say about the outcome there, but within 29, it's really gonna be game by game. Both of these players have what it takes. It's just gonna be how it gets put together in the actual set.
Think both players have a very similar yet different way of stacking on 29. I think we mentioned this on the previous broadcast where Blue Scuti took on Dan V. Scuti is a very fearless player on 29. Well, is not afraid to stack for these Tetrises, even to a point where it feels like he is really going hard on those Tetrises where maybe he should start burning eventually, but that ends up being both a strength and even at sometimes a detriment depending on how the pieces go and how unfriendly the seat could be. But as we've seen already, his performance not just in CTL but in all other competitions, it works for him, and that's really what matters. So let's take a look at the final player, the 4-time CTL champion, 2-time world champion, was it 8-time or something like that, CTM champion, Dog, playing Tetris in second seed. 7-1 match record, 21-6 match record, 46 points. And of course, his best placement in CTL was being the champion in 4 different occasions: season 7, season 18, season 24, and season 22 and season 24. So Dog has been a top player for a long time. Eyeball, what do you think do you think that could be a strength of his? Just the fact that he's been at the top for so long.
Oh, definitely. I mean, Dog is basically a more experienced version of Scuti with better stacking, in my opinion, but slightly worse mechanics. This is the thing about Dog. Especially, I think at CTWC, you'd see this a bit where on 29, he was missing crucial 5 taps to the left, and he'd get in digs, or he'd just lose pace to Alex T in the finals, and that's kind of what did him over. And I feel like it comes down with Dog, it comes down to mentality, which he usually has. I guess I don't want to say a big lead, but he does have a very strong mentality when it comes to comp Tetris. I think that's definitely the case. But it also comes down to his mechanics. Dog's mechanics, they're not bad at all. He's a top player, and to be a top player today, you need to be able to have good mechanics. But when it compares to other players, especially Scuti, who Scuti isn't the greatest stacker of all time, but his mechanics are up there for sure. It's gonna come down to who's misdropping less throughout the games, who has a more consistent 29, and it's gonna be close. I think between stacking and experience and mechanics, it's gonna even out. This is gonna be a thrilling matchup. Honestly, I think it's gonna go to 5, but we're gonna have to wait and see.
Let's see here. Dog, at the end of the season, had some controller issues, I believe, against Sidnev. Or I don't know if it was controller issues, just mechanical issues. Ended up in a sweep as well, just like what happened between Blue Scuti and Tristop, where Scuti got swept. So both of these players have at one point gotten swept almost in a surprising manner against a high level opponent as well, an equally matched opponent, you could say. So they've both experienced kind of highs and lows in comparison to their skill level. So, Coffee, who do you think is more at risk, you would say? Who do you think is more at risk here for potentially experiencing the same issues that happened at the end of the season? Do you think it'd be Scuti, or do you think it's Dog that might have these mechanical errors?
Right. S- Every player has their own controller issues and periods of mechanical inconsistency. So when watching a match like this, you honestly just have to hope for the best. Hope that's not the case and that both players will be at their mechanical peaks. In terms of who is at a higher risk, I've really seen more issues from Dog in terms of being inconsistent with 5 taps randomly throughout a match, but to hope for the best set we can possibly get, let's just say neither neither player will be at risk today. We're gonna see some excellent 18, 19, 29 play from both of these, and it's gonna come down to that whole combination of your stacking, your consistency, ability to resist misdrops, mechanical play on 29, stacking in 29, aggression, mental. There's so many factors that come into this, and these are just 2 of the top players. So I'm just super excited for the match.
Now, this is a bit of a loaded question, I will say, but I am actually curious to know what your thoughts are on this, Jasmine. What do you think Dog's absolute peak? Let's say like the best potential that he has. He does that like in that game. What do you think his most the best level of play he can do in this current time is in comparison to Scooty's best level of play? Who do you think has the edge if, let's say, they both play at their absolute best that they can?
I mean, that's a really, really tough question. They've both passed like 2 million with 39 line cap before. Dog actually in CTL against Somalian, if you remember that season. Um, I think they're like when their controllers are working, when they've had a lot of sleep, when they're on their A game, like we could easily, see some 1.8s, 1.9s. Okay, maybe not easily 1.9, but like those scores can definitely get up there from both players. I think we've seen. I really do think that it's a pretty evenly matched semifinals against those two. Like Coffee, hoping for the best. His previous Dog's previous CTL win, season 24, that was the one where he was like late by 40 minutes because he took a big old nap because he forgot. And and then he ended up sweeping Alex. So if he gets his sleep, if he's feeling good, if his thumb injury has healed, yeah, I think we could see like top top level Dog today.
Well, actually, in season 24, he didn't sweep Alex. He swept Scuti. That was what.
My
Yeah,
bad, my
you're about the
bad.
1 hour. He was late for an hour, and then Scuti was just probably dead by then because it was so late. Um, but yeah, wow, guys, we made it to. We only have 3 minutes left. Can you believe that we actually talked for 30 minutes? That
Oh
is,
my.
we
Jeez.
winged it. Yes. One final question for all three of you. I already told you guys. I already asked you guys who do you think will take the entire title, but who do you guys see in the finals most likely? Let's start with you, Eyeball.
Ooh, most likely. I mean, when just going off probability, as what Coffee was talking about earlier, I think I've got Myles making the finals here. I think Myles is more of the favorite against Sodium, and that's nothing against Sodium, but in my experience, Sodium is someone who I've also beaten. I think his win against Tristop was very well deserved, though. So maybe Sodium's gonna use that momentum that he has, and he's gonna bring up the heat against Myles. But I've got Myles beating Sodium, and when it comes to Dog and Scuti, I've already said I've got Scooti in the finals, but that is a matchup where you can flip a coin and it can go really either way.
So let's say Miles versus Scuti would be just by the slimmest of margins would be your pick. Coffee, what do you think?
CTL is a tournament and an organization with a lot of history. I ended up playing in CTL, I believe season two, in Division Two, and miraculously won against a very stacked Division Two. It was very close, but it's been around for a long time, and there's a lot of history behind it. I think we're going to see a finals with a surprising amount of history behind it, being Myles Scuti, a rivalry that we've seen in 2024 heat up a lot, and Scuti's taken the past, I believe, 5 games of this, but Myles put up a fight every single time. I think Myles is probably the favorite against Sodium. I'm gonna give Scuti the slight edge today over Dog in terms of consistency, but this is the finals I'd be very excited to see, and that would be my prediction for today.
So we are 2 for 2 on the Miles versus Scuti. Jasmine, final thoughts?
Um, oh, as I was saying at the beginning, I do think Dog is gonna take this one. I think it is pretty tight. I think a Miles versus Dog fight at the end would be a blockbuster for the ages. I do want to point out one last thing. Um, Something that happened in CTM in August was um, something that I think might happen this time, which is like Alex versus Scooti being in the semis, going to a decider, I think kind of wore down both of those players. So whoever won that semis, I think, was kind of like already feeling pretty tired and pretty drained by the time that they made it to finals. Obviously not taking away from Sidnev's win at all, but I do think that Dog Scooti is going to be such a high powered match that by the time that it gets to the finals, they might be feeling like mentally drained, and that might play into the outcome of the finals.
Yeah, so whatever happens, it's a matter of endurance, consistency, high level play, just what we expect to see. But yeah, it's going to be a few set of incredible matchups we're going to be seeing here tonight. Guys, thank you guys so much for joining me and keeping me company. This was definitely the most professional pre-show we've done so far. It's nothing like the first time where I was with Dan V and Richard and we spent the last 5 minutes talking about Dan's Instagram. But
That's the goon squad right there, man.
but yeah, thank you guys so much for being here and giving me your thoughts and your insight and everything. Eyeball, you're staying with me, so you're not going anywhere. We're gonna be going to a separate voice chat. But Jasmine and Coffee, thank you guys so much. If you guys ever wanna join me for another pre-show or maybe even a super stream co-commentary, feel free to let me know. Like, you guys are awesome. Thank you guys.
Consider it.
Yes.
Happy to have been here. This was fun.
Yeah, thank you guys so
Yeah.
much, guys.
Thank
All
you.
right.
It's been a
Thank
pleasure.
you, guys.
Can't wait for the tournament.
All right.
Yeah.
Eyeball, we're gonna go to a separate VC, so I'll see you
right.
in a second.
All right. Are we good to go here pretty much?
Funny thing is, no.
Oh dear.
No, because they're both here. They're both on time. But I was so busy asking questions, I forgot to set up Sodium. So
Oh my goodness.
I know. I put yeah.
Yeah, Mari. I'm actually in Pikarik's basement right now. It's a long story, but maybe I'll go into it someday. There's a lot of lore behind it.
Yeah. He kind of he if he asked me if he could crash by my place and in return he'll let me take one of his 2 million scores as my own. So it's a bit of a it's a bit of a win-win situation there. But yeah, okay, we got
both interests in mind here.
yeah. All right, we got Sodium here and we got Myles. So let's switch the scenes. I have to flip Miles's camera. He's wearing black today. I don't know how long he's stopped using a blue shirt, but I'm just still so used to him wearing a blue shirt in the CTL
Yeah.
games.
Yeah, Myles is usually a very, he wears colorful clothing, all right? He's got a great taste in shirt wear. Today, he's feeling serious. He's not going with the blue shirt, nothing like that. He is rocking the pure black outfit, the black headphones, the black shirt. He means business today. Meanwhile, Sodium here is he's got a bit more color going on. You see Miles's room, it's a bit more dark. There's less lighting. Sodium's got the CTWC poster in the background. He's got a colorful shirt. He looks pretty locked in right now. So this is gonna be a battle of the a battle between good and evil, a battle between light and dark here. The dark side in Myles and Sodium. Oh my goodness.
I'll make sure to add that to the title of whenever this gets uploaded to YouTube. It's light versus dark. All right. So we got Myles versus Sodium, seed 5. So Myles will have first pick. Kingsman, if you're here, feel free to let Myles know if he wants 18 or 19 starts for his game, and if he wants increment or reroll or any mod, honestly. Regardless, we'll be doing a seed here. 18574D. Colin telling me to change this transition to crossfade so the audio doesn't dip out when you transition. Okay, let me see if I can do that. If not, I'll do that for next season. But because when I do this, I'm just so overwhelmed by all these buttons that I completely forget how to navigate OBS. But thank you for letting me know, Colin, that there's a fix. There's a way to fix it because it has been an issue for a while. Mouse with the 18 reroll. So there you go. I almost forgot. Let me do the screen share again so that you won't have to pretend like you know what's happening. There you go. Let me know if you can see.
Yeah. Perfect.
Very, very nice. Mari saying, adding Myles asking, when one of y'all gets a Tetris, does the other person stop talking until they get a galaxy? I don't know what that's referring to, but I'm sure it's a very interesting, funny question. Let's see.
Okay, so it looks like these players are just gonna do their warm. Wait, before we get this, Mario, what do you mean by galaxy? Do we mean like? I don't even. I don't even want to say it on stream, but I think I know what Mari's getting at here. That's a. That's a. Oh my, yeah, Mari is cooked. Toka pretty much taking the words out of my mouth there, but both these players are warming up. We're gonna give them a little bit more time to get their stuff going on 29. I saw Myles was missing some 4 taps earlier, so he's gonna be getting it down right now, and so is Sodium, and we'll probably get them started in a few minutes here.
Yeah, it looks like Sodium's Nestrus Champ's having some frame issues. With Nestrus Champ's issues with Nestrus Champs, who would have thought, right? But yeah, take your time, both players, if you guys want to keep warming up, as long as you guys see the seed. Stolen Short Sword on Twitch saying, I'm getting antsy for some Tetris, not gonna lie. Yes, we've been live for an hour. Jungle Cook on Twitch, on YouTube saying Day of the Dog, so I'm assuming they mean that dog is gonna take it. As it predictions. You do have ready from Myles. And then Sodium saying, what does my calibration always bug last second? I don't know, man. It's just...
If you're doing transition trainer, it might just be because of that. Because that's the only time I've ever had Nestrus Champs bug out on me. And normally if you have like a good capture setup like I do, Nestrus Champs is just like perfect, you know? Does everything it needs to do. Transition trainer's the one thing it kind of sucks on. So just try doing like an 18 start or something, see if it works there. And then you should be fine.
In the meantime, I should probably set up my predictions, right? It's probably something I should do. Predictions. Who will win? Myles or Sodium or me? Will I win? Will I just take the whole thing? Now let's see here. Will be our first finalist. 10 minutes, start prediction. Here we go. Toka on Twitch saying, we all win because we get to watch Tetris. And then Mari just saying, it's just a TikTok brain rot moment. I guess that's what we're talking about. Yeah, it looks like Sodium's capture looks okay. You know, not the perfect amount of frames, but you know, who cares? Who cares? Yes, thank you so much, Zempro. We do have a matcherino still. Oh, I forgot to set up the announcement. God damn it. Hold on.
Oh dear.
There we go. I did
there
it.
We go. That was a crispy Discord notification.
Yes. Oh, Myles is ninja. What happened to his ninja? Zempro with the $1 and something cents. I assume it's probably gonna be something like, yep, 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 5 5 6. Wow. Wow, ruining the perfect number.
Alright, we still have it ready from Myles. There's the ready from Sodium. So, oh, looks like Myles just unreadied himself suddenly.
Yeah. His ninja just turned off for some reason. Hopefully it's not internet issues. What happened? It reminds me of what happened with Dog. I have to reschedule. There. Oh no, it is internet issues.
The internet is bugging. This is what being a college student does to you. Cannot have nice things here. This is why you come to Canada. Can't have nice things in America. Just kidding. It's the same here. All right. Myles is gonna fix his internet issues. Then we will get these players started. Okay, he's gonna restart. It looks like.
Yes, Chaotic Hazel with the queue. Yes, I finally did update the queue for once. I made sure to have the queue show the appropriate matches that we're going to be seeing in this stream. So it's going to be starting off with Myles versus Sodium, and then the second semifinals will be Dog versus Scuti, and then we will finish off the night with our championship finals to figure out who will be our CTL Season 26 champion. Win with the ready from both players. Let's not waste any more time here and get started with game number 1. Count it down. Eyeball in
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tetris. All right, so
Poyo.
both these players off, and shoutouts to Poyo for the raid with the party of 8. Glad to see you guys here. Came in at just the right time. We're kicking off game number 1 of our first semifinal matchup here between Sodium and Myles. Both players starting out here. Myles with some interesting stacking, so he's probably going to be in some burns here, tipping all those bars over to the left. It's going to work out for him, but with those little burns, Sodium is taking a very small lead to kick it off.
So one thing I want to mention about Myles, I know during the pre-show we talked a lot about how, like, you know, Myles, statistically speaking, might have the edge over Sodium. However, I do want to point out, to add on to the fact that we want to emphasize Sodium's consistency, Myles, I don't know if it's just me, but I've noticed that during the playoffs, there tends to be at least a game where he plays too aggressive and ends up topping out early. Like, I mean, early on 18. This happened during his finals run. I believe this happened as well during his quarterfinals or semifinals run in a future season. But he had at least one game, those sets that he early topped out on 18. So I think Myles right now needs to focus on his consistency and to make sure that he goes all the way, because he does have the potential to make it all the way.
Yup, for sure. Something I've noticed a little bit about Myles, though, is that there are times where he does kind of get in his own head, where his stacking just becomes noticeably worse. Like, prime Myles is going for a bunch of nice adjustments and stacking really cleanly, but every now and then you'll see a game from him where he's not really seeing those moves and he's not making the correct adjustments every single time, and that's usually the games where he's topping out early or he's getting 900k into level 29 or something along those lines. So for Myles to beat Sodium here, he's gonna have to play his game here. He's not gonna have to let Sodium get into his head. And Sodium is a professional player here. Okay, he likes to get into other players' heads. So this is gonna be a tough challenge for Myles. It's not like Sodium is an easy pushover. No player here is today.
Yeah, especially because Sodium already not want to be a stranger to capitalizing on his opponent's early top outs. That's kind of what happened between him and Tristop. I mean, like, Tristop didn't top out. Actually, he did top out on 18 once in game 3, I believe. And then after that, topped out at level 26, 27. And Sodium was just able to capitalize because he just doesn't top out early in these instances. So I feel like that is definitely something to watch out for in Sodium's case. He's just able to kind of sneak up behind you out of nowhere and take that win where it almost seems like it'll be lights out for the opponent. Right now we have 311 for Myles, 327 for Sodium.
Ooh,
Could this be
drought?
Could this be commentator's curse from Sodium? He gets a Tetris.
Okay, that was very nasty right there. This drought counter was starting to climb up there, and Sodium just needed the bar and got a little bit bailed there up high. But sometimes that's what Tetris does to you. Gives you a little bit of a heart attack, makes the blood pressure go up a little bit. But Sodium's gonna be fine, and that's exactly what Myles needs here to pretty much tie up the score here, as I should say.
Yes, I do want to mention. I don't know if we thanked them already, but K9 went to Tetris with the 3-2-1 bits. Like always, thank you so much. K9, a very, very consistently, consistent supporter of the CTL Tetris scene. So thank you so much, K9. 412 for Myles, 411 for Sodium, as we are nearing the 19 transition, our first 19 transition of the semifinals. So who do you think might have the edge? Let's not talk about 29 right now. Let's talk about 19. Who do you think has the advantage here in the 19 efficiency?
When it comes to 19, I do think Myles does have the advantage here as well. Sodium can also play very well in 19. I feel like in general of top level Tetris, the difference between play on 19 and 18 isn't as prominent as the difference between play on 29. Although there are obviously exceptions to this. I'm talking about a certain Noah Dangler who can drop 650k transitions like it's absolutely nothing. So I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but when it comes to 19 and 18, both of these players should be pretty close. I'd be surprised if it was more than 100k, 150k. That would be a pretty big lead for one of these guys.
Yeah, right now, only a few thousand points separating these two players. Looks like they're both gonna be looking for a potential 600k. If Sodium takes one burn, that'll be like a 590. So, would I mean, really, the 600k doesn't really matter depending on how many burns you take, with how close things are at the moment. But right now, Sodium has 574. Yeah, if he takes the next Tetris, it'll be like a 598. Myles
Yep,
will definitely get that 601. So here we go, first 19
There we go.
transition.
But they're pretty much even at this point. Myles did technically get the 600k, but the difference is just a few thousand points. So let's ignore that for now. These players are essentially tied here going into level 19. And right now, Myles is Tetris ready. Sodium is building up. We're getting ready here for a pretty hype game number 1.
Yeah, here we go. Myles at 626 was in a bit of trouble there. Had to close down his well, but does bang down a Tetris now. It's 653, 649 for Sodium. Both players are clean.
Both players dealing with that drought well. It was a mid to high 20-piece drought there. As you can see, Myles getting up pretty high there again. That's what these droughts will do to you. They'll make you build up high and test your durability, test your endurance. And right now, Myles has played it very well, and so is Sodium. Sodium's board actually a bit cleaner than Myles, but Myles taking the skim and slamming down a Tetris. So just 8,000 points separates these players right now. This is very close going into level 22.
Yeah, here we go. Sodium with a bit of parity issues, but he does get a nice set of pieces. 761 has to open up his right. Well, ooh, Myles in a very
Yeah.
interesting situation, but would love a spin sequence there with
Great
the J.
solve from Myles there. A few
Yeah.
ways you can get out of that clean lead. Myles chose a pretty interesting option, but it's an option that definitely did work.
Yeah, definitely, and that's kind of what you need to do.
Oh,
Something.
that was so nice from Myles
Yeah.
there. Wow.
Yeah, that's
Very
just what.
smart play there.
That's just what you need to do as a top player. Just like if the pieces, the exact same, if the exact piece that you need doesn't show up, you just got to be able to improvise and make do with what you have. And that's what Myles did. 868, now 883 for Sodium. So we are neck and neck.
Yup, Sodium at a 914 right now, just before level 25. Meanwhile, Myles at 900k flat. So Sodium with a real lead here, but both players with potential. We could see a potential 1.2, I believe, but more likely we're going to see high 1.1s, low to high 1.1s. So assuming there isn't like a 50-piece drought, you know, we're going to see some good scores going into level 29.
Yeah, Sodium solves that Lombard dependency, is Tetris ready, but does have a hole in his stack, has to try to solve this, but doesn't get the Lombard luckily in this moment because he would not have been Tetris ready. It's close. Well, adjusts that J to avoid the burn based on a Tetris. Yes, very nicely done.
But with the square next, I actually think that's a very good move from Sodium, and it also saves a burned line. So right now, Sodium is keeping that pace up here. Myles with a 1.5 Tetris lead, but he's also ahead in lines. Myles with a potential 3 Tetrises if he takes no burns. Meanwhile, Sodium also with 3 actually. He just took a burn, so that means he only has 3 left going into level 28 here. Both players at 1.1s. Myles with potential for the 1.2. Sodium, I think, can also get a 1.2. If not, he'll be just under it. So both players 1 Tetris away from the kill screen. Myles going in at 1.18. You know, Sodium, you're just about to go in. So these players are going to be only separated by around 20 to 30,000 points. And there we go. Sodium's in at a 1.2.
Yeah, here we go. This is exactly what we want to see here. 29 play in the first game. 1.2 is across the board. 1.23 for Myles. 1.22 for Sodium. Myles setting up for a Tetris, and Sodium still trying to set up. Myles bangs on a Tetris here at level 31, and Sodium is Tetris ready. Waiting for the llama. Getting a bit droughted here. 21-piece drought and counting.
There we
bangs
go.
on a Tetris.
Oh, but he thought that would burn, so this is going to lead to a little dig here for Sodium. This isn't a super difficult dig, but it's definitely not easy. Some bad pieces, some bad... Oh, no, but Myles is about to top out here. Yeah, Myles tops out at 1.358. So Sodium, you just need a 1.36 pretty much to take this, but this is not a very trivial dig, especially with that bar dependency. Sodium's going to have to get out of this to have a chance at winning.
Needs these clutch taps, and he's doing just that, but he's still not out of the woodworks yet. 1.29 for Sodium, 58,000 more points left to go. If he survives this, he could just line up and drop that T-piece. And that's
gonna do him over. Sodium tops out at basically a 1.3 flat. Myles taking game number 1 here with a bit of an early top out on 32, but he had the lead early on and kept it with a bit of aggression on 29. And as I kind of predicted earlier, Myles is a bit more aggressive on 29, and that's what pretty much won him game number 1 here.
Yeah, exactly. It came down to the wire, and had he survived, it was a very crucial dig, because if he survived that, he would have just been able to line it out and just taken the game relatively, let's not say easy, because any type of kill screen chase down is not free, but in an easier situation where he doesn't need to score any Tetrises, but unfortunately was not able to clutch it up, and we have him ready for Myles for game 2.
Yeah, you can kind of see on Sodium's board there, that little T piece with that gap underneath. That was the misdrop that did him over there. If Sodium gets that T in that hole, all he needs is a pretty trivial 5 tap. That would be 5 or 6 left, which isn't free, but for a top player, that should be most of the time consistent. So if he doesn't misdrop that T, there's a good chance that Sodium takes that game number 1.
But let's count down game number 2 since both players are ready. So let's count it down in...
Okay, 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Sorry, I'm coordinating a little study session with one of my friends later today. So he was just texting me frantically like, bro, what time are we doing this at? So I gotta help a brother out, but we're kicking off some Tetris here. And let's be real, who cares about school, man? We're here to play some Tetris, watch some Tetris. So both these players starting out here, Sodium taking a little single and not going to see a center well from him. So Myles is going to start off more efficiently this game. A bit of a switching around the sides here from that game number 1.
Yeah, I was about to say you should just invite your friend over for triple co-commentary. Josh on YouTube saying, "Oh, it's eyeball in the commenters box." So there you go, got some fans here on YouTube for eyeball.
Yeah, I know, studying in the first week of school, lame as hell, but like, I don't know, man. I'm trying to get a career, man.
You mean to tell me Tetris and Super Mario Bros. Isn't gonna be your career? Unbelievable.
I mean, who knows, if I actually like uploaded more YouTube videos, maybe, get the monetization going, but for all I know, maybe like Mr. Beast will come in the stream one day and like give me a $10,000 or something. No, I'm like 3 years late for that.
Instead of Mr. Beast, it can just be like Scott Cray or K9.
True.
But anyway, let's do some score check here. Looks like Sodium with a bit of a suffer start. 106 at 30 lines. Not a bad start by any means, but it is slower, a bit of a lower efficiency than Myles, who's at 164, 34 lines. And looks like, I don't know if you mentioned the Vits, but I definitely did. So first Vits and we missed it. Ugh.
Oh, maybe we should have had Jasmine on commentary now. Yeah, mini drought there, just 15 pieces. Sodium getting the Tetris. So does Myles. So Myles with a noticeable 2.5 Tetris lead here. That's about 56,000 points. For Sodium, still decent pace out of 60% Tetris rate. So it's not like he hasn't been playing well. It's just Myles has been playing a little bit better.
Yeah, and it's still within striking distance, still early enough. And what we saw in game 1 was pretty interesting. Just a very, very even back and forth between these two, not just on 18 and 19, but also on 29. Myles did have the better efficiency in the early levels, but I think he went too aggressive, and some misdrops cost him that early top out.
Ooh,
however, yeah,
nice 5 and below from Sodium there.
Very nice. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what happens in game 2, what these two's game plan is gonna be. Sodium looking to tie up the set. Myles with the Lombard dependency gets a dirty Tetris now at 328.
The first second there, Sodium had a 2019 stack, just a massive pyramid, but you got a T piece to sort that out. And right now the board's looking okay, but a J piece would be needed. Gets the Tetris. There's the J piece, so now he's pretty much chilling. Meanwhile, Myles here needs that bar and gets it. So the bar timing for Myles, at least from what I've been looking at, which, looking back and forth, but what I've seen, Myles is getting some very nicely timed bars, a few dirty Tetrises, a few nice little mini cleanups. So very efficient from Myles. Sodium still keeping it up. Oh, Myles thought that was going to burn there, and it didn't. It's a tough thing to miss, especially when you're kind of just hoping it would burn. So this is going to lead to a small dig for Myles, and that's pretty much exactly what Sodium wants to hear, as he actually takes the lead back. And he is a little bit ahead in lines, but Myles is still in the dig, so Sodium's gonna have the lead here.
Yeah, this is still a very, very close game or set between these two players. Sodium showing us that just because he finished the season 4-4, 8th last seed of the playoff, doesn't mean this is going to be a gimme, but he does need to try to open up the stack. I don't know if he meant to do that or if it was a miscalculation, but let's see what he ends up doing.
Oh, that S piece is pretty nasty. He's gonna need a long bar or at least an L piece to help clean that out. He's not getting either. Goes for the T right, barely gets that bar
Oh
left.
my
That
god.
was extremely scuffed. The board still isn't good though. He needs another bar to at least have a decent shot. An L now would be very nice. He's not getting it. These pieces are nasty for Sodium. Finally getting something, but that square he had to plop in the middle of the stack is just horrendous.
Oh my
Finally
god.
getting a J. Holy cow. The game's kind of teasing Sodium right here. Finally opens up that gap. Gets the L piece. Sodium's going to be safe, but wow, with that clutch digging, he might have stayed alive, but Myles is now back in the lead by a bit over 2 Tetrises.
That was absolutely incredible from Sodium. Now Myles is in a bit of trouble here. If he doesn't get the long bar time, he does.
There we go. The bar timing for Myles has been absolutely immaculate this game. There's been a few situations, dirty Tetrises, center wells, where he's just been getting good timed bars. And so great S-tuck there from Sodium. He transitioned at, I think, a mid 400k. So Myles is going to have the lead, but Myles is also on, what is that, row 3?
Yeah, row 3, row 4. It's just a very dirty setup. He does get the Tetris right on time for the transition, but needs to try to dig this down as soon as possible, as efficiently as possible, honestly, because Sodium does have the lead, even though he is ahead in the line count.
Yup. You know it's pretty bad when you just like give up on trying to figure out what row you're on. I think that's when you should pretty much just try to burn it down. But of course, we'll see some players here completely ignore that. Right now, Myles looks like he is going to burn it down a little bit. Here we go, there's a T piece. So all he needs is a bar, and there's the bar for him. So once again, the RNG being very nice, but well, Myles is doing all that digging. Sodium, although he is ahead in a lot of line, that means he has the actual score lead right now. When it comes to pace, Myles still has the advantage, but Sodium is basically, when you're ahead in lines, the goal is to hope your opponent tops out or just try and gain back pace by playing aggressive. There's not really much you can do. Hard to keep track of your opponent.
Yeah, regardless of if it's of what the line difference is like, it is still a real lead. Myles solves that J dependency. Would love a long bar to get this Tetris. Bit of parity issues now with some very uncomfortable pieces.
Oh, and then a bit of French fries on that left side, and that means he's going to be a bar dependent. And this time he's not getting it. We're in a mid 20 piece drought, barely below 30. So Myles eventually getting what he needs, but that wasn't the best situation for him. And because of that, Sodium's lead has ballooned up to about 100,000 points here. So Myles needs to bring it back. But remember, Myles is still behind in lines. So Sodium's lead, although it is pretty big, it isn't game over for Myles at all.
I think Myles had a bit of miscalculation there. Thought that was going to be a Tetris setup, but it was only a triple. Saw a bit of a head shake there when he realized that was just going to be 3 line clears, but he is going to try to set up this column 8. Is Tetris ready? And we'll love to transfer as well to the right. As Sodium with a bit of a situation, does get the nice tuck. Myles to win for that long bar, and it's not showing.
Yup, another drought here coming from Myles. Great adjustment of that S. He was about to block off as well, but made the last second choice to get the Tetris and slams down another one in the center well. Meanwhile, Sodium actually missed a J tuck, which is going to be pretty annoying to deal with. It's one of those misdrops that's completely avoidable, but he cleans it out nicely. Sodium, if he plays well, is looking at a high 900k here. Meanwhile, Myles could crank out a max out, I believe. If not, then it's going to be a high 900k. Sodium with a bit of trouble before 29 here, though.
Myles hung that square, so it is going to cause some complications. Needs a long bar, so that's dependency. A Sodium transition with a 934, so he's ahead by 94,000 points. Myles still needs to burn this down. It's not getting the right pieces for it. It's going to cover up that dependency. Sodium's still alive, setting up for a Tetris, but just going to go for the triple. Myles running out of time.
Oh boy, Myles needs something here, and the pieces have not been timed well. Greatly timed bar, though. Meanwhile, Sodium here is in a lot of trouble, but Myles here is just trying to hang on for dear life. At this point, he's just trying to get to level 29, let alone survive. Surviving this is going to be a challenge for Myles. He's actually going for the Tetris and gets it. Wait, this is very diggable. A square left would be huge for Myles.
Gets a square.
Gets it.
Good to be a TikTok.
Gets the T. Gets the T left. That's huge.
Oh no, but he's not getting right pieces in time. Can still burn this down with a nice set of
Oh no, Myles
pops
out here at 9:04. And Sodium's going to take game number 2 with the 1.02. So great play from Sodium. They stay ahead of Myles there. And Myles almost getting out of that dig there. That was extremely close. But great play from both of these players to tie it up 1-1.
Yeah, we have ourselves a match, ladies and gentlemen. Back and forth these two players go, showing us that regardless of how things went in the regular season, this is still an evenly matched set. This is anybody's game. So I'm going to go for some mullining here, trying to show us what he can do here on the 29 speeds. But yeah, what a game. Both players have actually had very clutch moments in that game too. Sodium right before transition on 19, and Myles right before transition on 28 with that dirty Tetris. Unfortunately, was not able to survive past 29.
It looks like Sodium's just mulling out here some nice little center well Tetrises, so he's probably, if he plays well, could get like a little 1.3 here, you know? Calm little 1.3.
Yeah, this is kind of what Coffee was mentioning in the pre-show. Not a lot of 1.6s from Sodium, but his consistency, he does score a lot of 1.3s, 1.4s around that cap. And
yeah, and you can see he's also consistently getting far into the kill screen here. He's at level 38. There we go. Gets to 39. So we're going to see a 39 super kill screen from Sodium, which is very impressive. The score is only a 1.2, which in the previous game, he actually had slightly less than that going into 29. So the scores aren't that big, but just making it to 39 is big pressure on your opponent. And that's the type of thing that can mentally be a challenge for anyone who you're playing against.
Cyborg, Bolts, and Fuentes, thank you for the follows. Thank you so much on CTL and Twitch channel. We've got a seed here, EEBA2D. Sodium taking a quick second here. But yeah, game 3, what was once a best of 5 was now a best of 3. Whoa, you know, old saying. But yeah, what have you been thinking about these first 2 games? Even set between these two.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing exactly what I was talking about with the different playstyles. Sodium consistently getting far, but not really known for slamming down Tetrises on 29. Myles, a bit of the opposite. You saw him get into a very tough situation into 29, and that's just something that comes with playing a bit more aggressive. You're going for Tetrises, that comes with more risk. And right now, both of these players here tying it up 1-1. That means we have a pivotal game number 3 here. Of course, game number 3 doesn't win you the set, but it makes it a lot easier to win. If you win game number 3 and it's tied 1-1, that means you just need to win one of the next 2 games. Meanwhile, your opponent needs to go back to back, so puts a lot of pressure on them to do well. Just waiting for a ready from Sodium, then we'll kick these players off.
Yeah, Myles looking for his second ever championship finals, looking for redemption after that sweep in his first finals against Andy. Sodium already making a bit of history for himself. His first championship playoffs and now his first ever semifinals run. Could this be the Cinderella story, you could say, from Sodium to potentially clutch up the finals? Yeah,
I was like, I think a solid 9 left from Sodium. I don't know. Counting is difficult.
Yeah.
All right,
Speaking
we're
of
kicking
counting,
off in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. You know, I can count up to 5, but anything higher than that, gonna be some trouble. You can immediately see actually the differences between these players stacking just from the opening. Sodium playing a little bit more spam to the left of the bars, whereas Myles was a bit flatter, and that's gonna, I mean, it's gonna be good for both of these players. Differences in stacking does make a difference. Could make the difference between a few thousand points in the end. So we're gonna see how that turns out.
yeah, here we go. Myles.
Okay. Sodium getting that L piece right there to fill that in. That setup is very tricky. Little LJ back-to-back dependency, but gets both of the pieces. Very risky stack, but it actually solves really cleanly if you get the pieces. So high risk, high reward. Of course, you could also just stack like a normal person. That helps too.
But who needs normal when you got it's all about the content. You can't do that if you
Of
want
course.
the content.
Now, sometimes if it looks cool, it might just be better.
It's honestly it's that simple. Just if you want to win more matches, just be cooler.
Exactly.
Sodium at 136, 114 for Myles, so pretty even start between the two. Nothing really to write home about. Just Myles would love a long bar. Has a bit of a spire forming in the center, but nothing too problematic. It's exactly
These players
tied.
are
Yeah.
exactly tied. Yeah, I was gonna say. So, pretty much as even as you can get. Literally as even as you can get. And they're scoring Tetrises at the same time as well. These simul Tetrises from both of these players. Look at that. Just back to back. There we go. Finally some push down points from Myles to take a huge 4-point lead here against Sodium.
Just watch 4 points
there
is
we
all
go.
it's gonna take.
Finally some burns here from one of these players. Looks like it's going to be Sodium. So that's going to let Myles get a little bit more efficient.
Oh,
Ooh. Okay, so Myles gets the Tetris, but he's going to need some shenanigans to have a chance at clearing this out clearly. And it looks like he's just going to take the B-type style board here and just dig out of this, which isn't going to be dangerous, but that's going to leave Sodium with the chance to make back some of this deficit.
yeah, considering he just transferred as well to the right, there is a chance he'll set up dirty for a row 3, row 4 on Myles' side to try and maintain his efficiency and keep pace with
Oh.
Sodium.
That's a nasty bar column 9 from Myles. Looks like he's going to take the triple with the L, so not looking to play too aggressive after that move, which is the smart play. And there we go, scores the Tetris. He's going to set up for it again. So Myles is just going to play the waiting game here, hoping to get the well transfer. But when you play up this high, you're usually taking quite a few burns as well. So you don't want to play up there forever. And there we go, Myles is going to take some very, very nice burns to dig out of this. But in the meantime, Sodium has actually taken the pace lead and the score lead, just under a Tetris advantage.
Yeah, it's about 37,000 points now, but it's nothing too detrimental for Myles. This is really just, depending on where the levels are, could just be a Tetris difference, which is definitely still pretty close between the two. Sodium would love a key, but uses a combination of S's of an S and a Lombard to kind of fix that parity a little bit. 396 now for Sodium, 358 for Myles with the 76% Tetris rate. Whoa!
Oh my goodness. Never seen these Tetris rates in my life.
Oh man.
Yeah. Well, Myles needs a T piece here to clean it nicely. No, he's just going to take the Tetris, but sacrifice the board a little bit. And yeah, that's a tough Z piece. And geez, the parity still isn't that great either. So Myles is going to be in some small little digging situations here, where Sodium's board is very clean. And he's actually going to take an even bigger lead now that Myles is digging. He's up to 75,000 points. Make it even more than that, just under 100,000 now. 4.5 Tetris lead almost.
I don't know if you agree with this, but I'm seeing between the two, I feel like Sodium has the calmer stacking, at least in this game 3. Do you think this could end up playing a factor as we get
Yeah, a
deeper?
little bit for sure. I was talking about this earlier as well with Myles and not going for the adjustments. You kind of saw definitely in game 1 where he actually won the first game, where he was definitely playing up to his standard. Right now, this game, you saw those T dependencies and stuff like that. That's just caused from getting a little bit in your head. Of course, Myles here, still not even with a terrible pace. He's going to be at around a mid 500k, assuming nothing crazy happens. So he hasn't been playing terribly, but Sodium here has been playing extremely well. He's looking at, what, a 670 transition, assuming he gets the last 2 Tetrises here. So Sodium has been playing very well. Myles has just been playing okay. And that's the difference right now in this game number 3.
Yeah, that's exactly what you don't want to happen. You know, even if this is not a suffer game for Myles, there's going to be a bit of a suffer transition right now, looking for the Lombard dependency
Yeah.
solve. But still, with a 739 at the transition, definitely what you don't want is to have these prolonged digs and then your opponent ends up completely tearing it up on 18, getting 670, 690, whatever, just like completely demolishing the Tetris rate on the 18 speeds, but Sodium having to close down as well, gonna cost some burns.
Yeah, will we see a dirty setup? We don't. So Myles gonna burn it down and take the clean setup. Meanwhile, Sodium's board actually not looking that great right now. Oh, that missed S left is gonna be a bit challenging for him. He doesn't go with the bar left there either. So Sodium here looks like he's just trying to not misdrop right now, which isn't necessarily the greatest thing in terms of stack quality, but in terms of survival might be the right move. And he is surviving, gets out that dig, bangs down the Tetris, and he's still 100,000 points in the lead. So that little decision there doesn't really change much at all. Myles here looking to just claw back at this lead. He's down 100,000 points. Sodium with another Tetris here. So with Myles. Right now, Myles at 661. Sodium 773.
Yeah, Myles with a bit of a dependent board right now. We'll love an L or J or a Llama could work too, but does get the J piece to solve this dependency. Sodium getting a bit high up there with a flat stack. Nice flat L there. It's going to do wonders. Yeah, it's going to do one for a stack. It's still Tetris ready. Waiting for Lombard for 30-piece drought and counting. Where's that Lombard?
Still going up. There we go. 34-piece drought. Myles waiting for it as well. He knew that there was going to be a bar eventually, so using that being behind in line count factor to help him out a little bit there. Maybe. I'm not sure. There might be too much latency for that, but in theory, he used it.
Let's just say he did.
Let's just say he did. It sounds cool.
Yes, and Myles going to try to commit to this row 2. By the looks of it, it's a very precarious situation. Does get the right pieces to burn this down cleanly. Is Tetris ready with a flat stack. Does get the Tetris now, but it's behind by almost 200,000 points. But is now behind by 4.5 Tetrises, taking into account the line difference that we were seeing.
Yep. Yeah, and right now they're actually almost even in line. Sodium's only ahead by 1 liner now. So pace is, in terms of the line count, it's pretty much even right now. And Sodium with a very, very real 150,000 point lead over Myles. He's looking at a max out right now into level 27. So that's going to be at least a 1.1 in the kill screen, mid to high most likely. Myles with a bar dependency in the middle of the stack. He chooses to actually get the Tetris, sacrificing a bit of the board for that. We'll see how that plays out. Of course, remember the last game where he got into that dig up high. He does not want to repeat that here.
Yeah, you could say that taking the Tetris was the safer option, not the aggressive option. But let's see if it ends up paying out in his favor. He is Tetris ready now.
Great burns there.
Yeah, very clean. Let's get the long for Tetris. Gonna be a few thousand points shy of a max out with this next Tetris. Sodium transition with 1.16, so Myles needs to go ham on the efficiency or hope for an early top out from Sodium.
Yep, Myles just under a max out into 29, so Sodium with a very sizable lead here. Of course, Sodium, once again, not necessarily going to be going for a bunch of Tetrises, but he's just going to try to stay alive and out-survive Myles, which might be the strategy, which might not. We'll have to see here. Ooh, tough misdrops, greatly timed bar for Sodium.
Yeah, he's handling this dig very nicely. Myles is going to be Tetris ready. Sodium in a bit of trouble. Level Lombard does get the Lombard time. Misdrop that J piece. This could do it. And
what we're going to see from Sodium here. Wow. But no, that's going to do it for him. So Sodium tops out at a 1.19. Myles, you basically need to get a 1.2 here to take this game. You've got a lot of leeway here. You need to get pretty much 100,000 points, a bit more than that. Now, at this point on 29, this isn't a pure line out. I believe you do have to get at least a Tetris or a bunch of triples. But you can definitely take it to 39. Take your time. Don't need to go crazy. But these lineouts aren't free. It's all mental at this point for Myles. Let's see if he has the mental fortitude to take this.
Yeah, we've seen 2 different scenarios from Myles in terms of chase downs. We've seen him fail a chase down against Sidnev, but then also clutch up a chase down for the decider against also Sidnev. So we'll see what ends up happening. What ends up happening? He's Tetris ready, needs a Lombard, goes for the safety triple though. Just now behind by a Tetris.
Board is not great, and with that plugged off well, that's not going to be good. Hoping for a bar here, especially after that. Gets it and takes the match there. Going over to the 1.2. Myles has taken pivotal game number 3 here, taking it up 2-1 against Sodium. So Myles just needs to win one more game to make it to the finals, and Sodium on the ropes here. Needs to go back to back to complete the underdog story here.
Yeah, a heavily fought battle here in game 3. Sodium had the upper hand on 29, but that unfortunate early top out at about 31 gave Myles the opportunity to take the game 3 and the lead, being at match point for potentially his second finals run. So let's get a new seed here. Gonna be 94B352. Looks like on Twitch, Steel Eyes saying super nervy game from both. Do you agree with that? Do you feel like there's a bit of nerves or maybe some safe plays from these two trying to make sure they don't really top out?
Sure.
And we do have a the C ready from Sodium.
Waiting on Myles here, probably just typing the seed in, getting the hands ready, fixing up the grip, taking as much time as he needs to. Okay, it looks like Sodium's gonna unready rate as Myles gets ready, so classic Tetris player moment there. Yeah, very true. Get your hands ready.
All right, we have it
Very
ready from
true.
both. So let's count down game number 4 in
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
All right. Okay, that's okay. That's fine. No worries. Just accidental 19 start from Myles, I guess. Oh, no, actually, it might have been like he started on 18, but there was Nestrus champs issues, but he realized that if he just restarts 18, it'll just fix up the calibration. But anyway, starting off with a bit of a drought here. Both players are touch ready. Myles and Sodium score that first Tetris. So yeah, he does agree with that. He it looks like that is exactly what happened. So bit of online facts here. Out of the 4 matches so far that we've had in the playoffs, 3 of them have been deciders. Only 1 was a 3-1 finish, and we are currently in the potential to see another decider if Sodium clutches up game 4. Who do you think might have the upper hand? Let's say this does go to a game 5.
Ooh, that's a tough one. I mean, I've got Myles making it in the finals, and I'm a man of my word, so I'm gonna say that Myles still takes it. But really, in a game number 5, it's anyone's game, honestly. Oh, this drought here for Myles with the bar dependency on the left side. He's just gonna take the burn options out, which isn't. Oh, but that parity is horrible for Myles. That's not what you want to see. There we go. Finally taking some burns. So this dig here from Myles should be pretty doable, but as a result of that, Sodium is going to be able to take up the lead. Wow, that was a 42-piece drought, actually. So you know what? Despite the fact that Myles was in a dig, not much pace was lost at all. I guess you could say it's a bit of a timely drought for him.
When the droughts are actually lucky.
Yeah, for sure. So Myles, he actually is behind by about 50,000 points here, but it could have been a lot worse if Sodium was scoring Tetrises. So right now, these players, pretty close. It's 18, so 50,000 points. That can pretty much go away with a Tetris and change on 29.
Yeah, it's almost exactly what happened in game 3, where Myles had about 100 something, almost 200,000 points behind Sodium throughout the game, and just an unfortunate early top out gave Myles the opportunity to overtake Sodium in the end. So regardless of where the deficit stands, this is still anybody's game, especially with how early on we still are here in the 18 speeds. And Myles setting up a Lombard dependency,
Yeah.
so
Very interesting adjustment there for Myles. Oh boy, and the bar timing was, I mean, it got a Tetris for it, but didn't feel that dependency. There we go, good pieces from Myles. It's adjustments like that, though, with what I was talking about with Myles sometimes just missing stuff or going for weird stuff. You don't really see that from Myles when he's playing at his top level. Right now, Myles might still be a little bit shook from that chase down he had to do the last game. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, and that S piece, not much you can do about that. So he's just going to have to plop it in the middle of the stack, do something about it. Sodium is actually going to take a 100,000 point lead here over Myles. So this is once again, a game where Sodium has a very nice lead early on. 100,000 points is nothing to really scoff at here.
A bit of a deja vu we're seeing here from Game 3, as I mentioned. Sodium once again looking for a potential 600k with this efficiency, and I haven't mentioned this yet, but I did mention in the quarterfinals, Sodium, I feel like does get slept on, but he is a very efficient player on the 18 speeds. He was a slow tapper in the tapper era, so had to improvise by becoming, or I guess focusing more on stacking fundamentals over speed. And I feel like that ended up translating to his playstyle when he switched to roll. He does have a bit of a situation here, but it is still manageable. Would love a long bar though.
Ooh, I don't know about that T-burn. That does block off the well a bit. It's not a bad placement by any means, but there we go. Gets the bar. If you get blasted with long bars during that move there, you kind of feel like an idiot. So luckily Sodium getting the bar at a good time. Right now needs the L piece and gets it. Meanwhile, Myles here is actually in another predicament. He's set up for a dirty Tetris up high and like gets it. So he needs as many points as he can get here right now because
Oh my god.
Shoot. Yeah, he misses that bar, so he's going to be digging even more. Right now, Sodium has a 140,000 point lead, a little bit ahead in lines, but with Myles being up high for so long, that's not really going to matter. Wow, these droughts, though.
Yeah,
see that 30 pieces here.
Once again, Myles is going through this dig, and just like that, a drought is forming in the... Another lucky drought for Myles, but still not able to... get clean. Has 13 lines to go before the 19 speeds.
Yeah, but even with those droughts, Sodium's board is just so clean that he can get a bunch of Tetrises after it, where Myles is still digging. Myles might not even get a 400k transition here, which for a top player is very not good. So Myles needs to turn it up on 19 speeds here to at least bring the deficit down before 29. Myles does have the advantage on 29, but it looks like so far Sodium has been playing incredibly well in the earlier speeds. And we're seeing that here as he's at 570k on 20, whereas Myles is entering 20 at 415k. So we're on a 150,000 point lead for Sodium, maybe a bit more.
Looks like we're seeing a bit of Kingsman pace here from Myles, but is trying to match Sodium's efficiency at the very least. Make sure this deficit doesn't get any bigger than it already is. 6.5 Tetrises behind Sodium, as Sodium still bangs on these Tetrises. 651 out of 158 lines, 445 for Myles. Solves that J dependency and bangs on a Tetris. So here we go. What can happen? Sodium doing what he needs to do here to force this decider, but he needs to close it out strong to do so.
Yep. We're looking at a 100,000 point lead here for Sodium, which is kind of, sorry, 200,000 point lead for Sodium. Absolutely ridiculous here on 19. A little slow down there for Sodium, but with a lead like this, it's not going to be too bad, assuming that nothing ridiculous happens. Looks like that's not going to be the case. Great J piece, gets a Tetris, whereas Myles here is facing even more slowdowns here. This is not looking too good for him. He's going to probably have to stack up here on row 3. There we go, gets the Tetris. But Sodium's board has been pretty much clean this entire game. And if you're Myles, that's the last thing you want to hear, being down this many points.
Yeah, so Sodium just continuing to capitalize on Myles' extended dig. Goes 30. He's going to add weight to that column 7, I believe, in his stack. Instead of for a T-tuck, hits the T-tack, going to be another Tetris ready.
There we go. Going to take smart burns to actually prioritize the well transfer. Puts the L there, though, so we might see another center well here from Myles. I'm not too sure. Yeah, looks like that's going to... No, never mind. Takes the triple. So Myles hoping to finally get himself in a clean board situation. But Sodium, in all that time, has maintained a massive lead. It's up to 260,000 points now. We're closing in on a 300k point lead here for Sodium. I think we saw it for a split second there, but Myles scored a Tetris at the same time. So right now, Myles just needs to stay alive on 29 and hope that Sodium doesn't go insanely aggressive on 29 to make this unreachable for him, which Sodium probably won't. Sodium is just looking to survive here. This 200k lead here, if he can keep it going, is going to be exactly what he needs to take this game.
Yeah, it looks like Myles has already passed his 18 transition just from the 19 scores. 780 from a 370 something transition, I believe. So already 400,000 points, 18 for Myles, max out for Sodium, and still he's going to transition with a 1.05. So could this be what Sodium needs to clutch up this decider, or will Myles clutch it up and take game 4 and move on to the finals?
Yeah, both players into 29. Now, Myles wasn't even at 900k going into the kill screen, where Sodium was at a 1.05, I believe. So Sodium with, once again, a very big lead. Myles here with some little digging stuff to do here. It shouldn't be too bad. It's going to take it safe here. Sodium has yet to score Tetris on 29, I believe. So it looks like he's just going to be looking to survive, where Myles needs to survive with aggression.
And he's doing just that.
We're seeing that from him. Scores the Tetris.
Now he's only behind by 2.5 Tetrises. He was behind by 7.5 earlier. Sodium is going to look to get Tetris ready. Oh, hangs it. But he's actually Tetris ready now. Needs a long bar. Would love a long bar. Give him the long bar. It's not showing. Oh,
he's not going to get the
he's
bar.
Too late. So Myles once again.
Yeah, we're looking at pretty much an exact repeat of the last game here. Myles is down about 100,000 points. 2 Tetrises and change here on level 33. Once again, this isn't possible if just lining out unless you get a bunch of triples. So Myles, we're going to have to see at least a Tetris from him, I believe. Ooh, this board here, if he isn't careful, could spiral out of control. Ooh, we might see a center wall here, and we're going to see it. There we go, down to 30k points pretty much. One more Tetris will do it. Lining out will do it as well. Sodium here just needs to hope that Myles messes up something here.
Yeah, hoping for a double flip, a misdrop, just anything. But he is getting closer and closer to Sodium's score.
Yup, just about a level and a bit of lining out will do it for Myles here. So this is very doable. The only way that he really messes this up is his controller just like stops working, or his brain stops working. He's at 3,000 points left. About 1,000 points now, and that will do it. Myles has taken the set 3-1 to defeat Sodium, and he will be going to the finals. Great play from both of these players. Congratulations to Myles once again for making it to the finals for his second time. CTL.
Yeah. GG's looking for a better run. Has already tied up his best performance in season 23. Looking to do even better than that and consider himself a top contender to take the CTL title for the first time. There you go, 39 speed transition with a 1.13. So very nicely done here from Myles. Let's set up the winner scene. There's the winner scene for Myles. So GG's making it to your second finals.
Yeah. Congratulations to Myles once again, showing that he can consistently make it far in these tournaments. Not his first time doing it. So many people predicted that Myles was going to be here. He has lived up to those expectations. He's going to be in the finals, and he is awaiting to see who he's going to face. It's going to be the winner between Dog and Blue Scuti. So 2 extremely difficult opponents for him to face in the finals. It's not going to be an easy path for Myles, and it's not going to be an easy path for Dog or Scuti either. Both of these players here. Flip a coin, as I said earlier. If you want to see who's going to win, just, you know, not going to be pretty straightforward for them.
Yeah, regardless, GG's to Sodium, making it to his first championship, first time into the prize pool. Very nicely done. Hope to see even more of you in the future and to continue this hot streak you've got going. But yeah, up next we have Dog versus Scuti. So we will set that up momentarily. But yeah, what a match.
Yo, I think I'll be able to commentate at least most of this one. I'm gonna leave at 2:30 Pacific time. Me and my boy Johanna are gonna be studying some chemistry, so I gotta leave for that. But 2:30. So if we get a sweep here, we'll get some hype commentating English. Maybe I should study English instead. That might help.
It's fine. You don't need English to play Tetris.
That's true. Very true.
All right, let's see here. Yeah, Dog versus Scuti is happening momentarily in a few minutes. We're just setting that up, and we will be doing the finale, the finals, after this second semifinals matchup. So we're going to be finishing off this season tonight. So stay tuned for that while we wait on Dog and Scuti. Let's hold on, let me get a Dog and a Ninja, or in the NTC. Let's set up our predictions here for our two other semifinalists. Choose outcome, Myles. The prediction. Let's see, prediction. Start prediction. Be our second finalist. Either Dog or Scuti. You guys got 10 minutes to make your predictions. Who will win this second semifinals match? Will it be Dog playing Tetris or our reigning champion, Blue Scuti? So, bit of a polar opposite scenario of what we saw in the first match. The first match was a battle between two players that are looking for their first championship title. But in the bottom bracket, it's a battle between two current and former champions, Dog being our top champion, having won the most amount of CTL titles over anybody else, with 4, versus Blue Scuti, who is our current reigning champion. So we got both players ready. They got our ninjas. They got their ninjas set up. And we will almost be good to go.
Yeah, earlier I said that I did have Scuti winning this one, so I'm putting my money where my mouth is. I just dropped a little 15k points on him here, so no pressure, Scuti.
Wow.
But I mean, honestly, I'm not even sure if that's a good bet. All my sports betting friends out there are probably wondering why I did that, because it's such a close match here, you know. We're looking at the betting odds. We're looking at like probably 2 -100. I don't know. All I know about sports betting is that one of my friends is down 8 grand on it. So maybe I shouldn't be listening to him. But
Dang.
yeah. Oh, that's a long story. That's a story for the Eyeball 1 stream.
Oh man. Hey, here at CTL we promote gambling. I don't think you should be saying that.
We got some concerns about commentator bias here. Don't worry, don't worry. I'm only biased in my channel points. The commentary, we're gonna keep it as, you know, as neutral as we can, as neutral as we can. I mean, in all honesty, I'm kind of rooting for Dog as well here, just because he actually tried to play SMB back in the day. Like, he's one of the reasons why I played Tetris past like a 1.1 pretty much. Like, he was just like, dude, if you teach me Mario, I'll teach you Tetris. And I was like, okay, sure.
Wow. So shout out to Dog for that, being the reason Eyeball is here today.
Yeah, pretty much.
Ah, man. This ninja does not want to show Dog's cam for some reason, even though I can see it in his... What the... Oh, I think I know why. It's because Dog has his NTC. I think he has Ninja turned on in the NTC.
Oh, you got Scuti talking smack in the chat, saying he has a glove without holes in it, so he's hooked. Dog needs to respond. I mean, he doesn't need to respond with words, but he needs to respond in this play here today. Maybe take that to heart here and just absolutely demolish Scuti. But we'll have to see what goes on here. See how the mechanics are going for Dog, how the stacking's going for Scuti, how the mentality is. That might be the defining factor here. So far, it looks like Scuti's confident going into this match, though, which is what you want to see. We want to see some nice 39 rollovers, 1.7s, all of the above, really.
Dog just nice. Hope to see a good match. Yes.
We got Dog's PR team here with the response back to Scuti.
Oh man. Okay, looks like what the heck is happening with the ninja? Bro, you guys see? Hold on. You guys see this real quick? Let me just switch the scene. Look at this. What the heck is happening? His ninja is working. It's just something in the NTC itself that's messing
Bruh.
something up. It's off, bro. What the heck? What is happening? What if I just have him play here?
Oh, I see that. It's black on the other side. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know.
I mean, if the only way I could fix it right now is if I do
Oh.
this, but
Uh,
that'll put him. Oh, so like I'd have to like crop it so that it doesn't overtake.
I mean, I guess it's
But-
kind of scuffed, but
Yeah, it's
as if Tetris was known for being.
Oh, wait.
Oh,
Hold on, I think something got fixed.
wait,
Something got
wait,
fixed.
wait. Something got fixed.
Yes.
There
We're
we
good,
go.
we're
There
good.
we go.
Let's go. Shout outs to NTC for being the bane of my existence. Anyway, we're good to go. So let's see. We have predictions. 18, 19, and oh shit. And reroll or increment? May I ask Fog that since he is our higher seed with seed 2. This is a seed 2 versus seed 3, so very evenly matched between these two. Team the wrong thing. 18 reroll. All right. So Dog will want an 18 reroll. Scuti, if you can hear me, in game 2, if you ever want to pick 19, you're free to do so. That'll alternate between the two of you, with Dog having first pick. But if you just want to do 18 all the way, that is completely fine with me.
But always keep it an option. If the intrusive thoughts are feeling a bit more intrusive than normal, then yeah, 19 starts for you.
Scuti was actually like one of the main players that actually did choose 19 starts every so often. He didn't do it often, but in comparison to everybody else, he was like one of the only people that actually was like, dude, I'll play 19s.
Yeah, I think I remember that as well. A few games where he gave it a shot. See Dog on 39 speeds here. Very interesting. Nice little 7-line game as well. That's not that bad at all.
I think I saw in a CTW he got a level 40 with
Oh shoot.
one extra line to spare. So how many people have level 40s with a line cap?
That's a good question. I couldn't tell you.
I think it's literally just Dog and Alex says Dog. So yeah, I guess it's just 2 people that have level 40s.
Does
Wow.
Fractal not have it? I wouldn't be surprised if Fractal got it somewhere.
No, I don't think he's ever had it. I think he might have a Transition Trainer level 40, maybe?
Yeah. Fractal was 1 line away. Okay. That would make sense. I know Fractal, this is just my opinion. You could call it a hot take. I think Fractal has the best mechanics, best rolling mechanics out of anyone who has ever played Tetris. That is my opinion. If Dog's saying 40 is really hard, I can agree. I think I've got, 335 lines. I think that's my best. I don't know. I mean, at that point, 39 is just like a few thousand points, which has made the difference before. I think there's a CTM match where I believe it was Myles who won it on 39. So it's not like being able to play on 39 doesn't matter, I haven't seen Zempro rolling that. You know what? I did, but I didn't pay attention to it. I wonder why. I'm just playing.
Scooti
Or
saying
am
I've lost twice to people on double kill screen. Unfortunate.
And that's a tough way to go out, man.
Yeah, if it makes you feel any better, I lose to people on kill screen all the time because I can't play kill screen. Can't even
There
make
you
it to
go.
double. Can't even make it to double kill screen.
You can't really complain about losing on double kill screen if you never make it there.
Exactly.
Zempro asking why he's getting strays. Welcome to the Tetris community, Zempro. Alright, looks like both of these players are pretty much finishing their warm-ups, getting to the end of them. I think Dog's putting in the seed right now. Sodium, that's not Sodium, Scuti doing something. They both start with an S, okay?
Can we do D4? Sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
we're gonna change it up to D4. So Scuti, if you heard that.
Oops, I accidentally. I was gonna post the new seed, but accidentally I was about to post the Dogs Ninja to switch.
Oh,
All right, we'll set the new
it
seed.
looks like Scuti's still playing some type of game here. Couldn't tell you what it is. There we
Probably
go,
not
got
even-
it ready from Dog.
Not even Tetris, probably just SMB.
Yeah. He's playing like some Punch Out or something. I bet you Vandy's got Scuti hooked on Punch Out.
He's playing Mario Kart.
Mario Kart. Yeah.
Kyle the Fanatic says, I got Scooti in 4.
Luke Moist asking how many seeds there are, and the answer is I have no clue.
More than 5.
Yeah, more than enough. All right, we have good luck, have fun from Dog. Dog here staying very respectful this match. No antics from him today.
He's waiting for his championship win
Yeah.
for him to talk all the mad crap. Oh, Scooti! I don't know what happened. Was that a world
Scuti
record run?
probably doing something pretty crazy. He typed bro in all caps, so I guess my intuition might be correct.
He was 1 line away from the rebirth.
By mid 34, that's ridiculous. 36, sorry, I can't even read.
Damn.
That's kind of nasty.
Very nice. That's like what? Potential for like a 950 into 39?
Maybe? Galaxy Biscuit has more though, yeah. True. Dude, that's what the best I've done like high 700k. That was my 1.96 actually. I was 1.17 in the kill screen and just like cranked out a ridiculous post with crazy bar timing and like 2 digs. It was dig and then like 6 Tetrises in a row. Kind of crazy. And that's what these players might need today. They might need 6 Tetrises in a row to outpace their opponent. Both of them are known for being very good at 29. We've got readies from both of these players. That means they're ready to actually play Tetris against each other now. So we'll get the countdown going here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Tetris. And there we go. Scooty's got his game going. So does Dog. Opening up with the classic ZT opener.
Yeah, here we go. A highly anticipated matchup between these two. Dog versus Scooti, a battle of the champions. This is, both players have scored over 2 million points into 39. Dog at one point had the competitive world record for the highest score. Actually, he still has the world record for the highest score into 39 in a competitive setting, while Scooti is a former 39 world record holder in general play. And we're starting off with a drought.
Yup. Going up there, we're at 30 pieces now. There we go. Scuti gets the bar, so does Dog. But Dog now with the bar dependency on the left. Well, Scuti has some burns, so in theory, Dog, if he gets the bars, has less burns than he needs to take, but he's not getting it. We're seeing back-to-back droughts to kick off this game. Maybe we should have stayed at C3, Dog. Maybe that's what we should have done.
Honestly, I would not have been against just keeping the same
Ooh,
seed if it was just a
nice
couple of
bar
pieces.
spin from Scuti. Gotta love that setup. It looks like your board is cooked, but the bar just fits perfectly in there. Gotta love it.
There you go. Scooti at 121,000, 102,000 for Dog, so both players with a fairly even start.
Yep. And then right after that bar spin, Scuti did something that I absolutely don't like, where he sets up like a 3 high column and then a puck setup or whatever, where you can't put a bar there because then it makes a gap and it's really ugly. But he's also, in theory, a better player than me. So maybe I should just shut up. I don't know.
Hey, we can't have anybody shut up because then who else is gonna commentate with me?
That's true. That's true.
Listen,
PK Rick's gonna commentate? Like, come on now.
No. We can't have that.
I can't have that. Get Jasmine back on here. Get coffee.
Your job is to yap, eyeball.
Yeah, my job is just to say words. Monkey on the typewriter, you know, just make sentences out of thin air.
Kane and I watching Tetris with the 3-2-1 bits. I keep being late to thank you so much for the bits. 3-1. Go dog, go. If you'd like to help contribute the prize between our top 4 players, including Dog and Scuti, you can do so with Matcherino, as Dog is in a bit of a situation here. Would love a long bar to clean us out.
Yep. There we go. Nice adjustment there from Dog. That was some great foresight into that. I actually kind of missed that one there. So, yeah, these players really are better than me. That's why they are here right now. Dog here is slightly behind in score at the same line count as Scuti. Scuti with about a slightly less than a Tetris lead right now in pace. So it's pretty much even. It's halfway through 18, about there. So, you know, average. Nothing much to say here. These players are close.
Yeah, both players potential for a 600k with this efficiency. Yeah, Scuti bangs on a Tetris 377, count 359 for Dog. So nothing unexpected is happening right now. This is kind of what we have come to expect as normal between these two. Just very efficient, but still safe enough tournament play.
Maisie, I understand what you were trying to say, but it's just like censored out like the most important word of your sentence. Was that on purpose? Just like trolling with me, man? Like professional troll here. I've never done 1.3 in a kill screen in comp, but I've got like a bunch of high 1.2s. It's kind of weird. I get a bunch of good scores in the kill screen, then I early top out. So yeah, that's also why I'm not here.
You're sounding just like me now, except I don't get high scores in any level. I just early top out. So
yeah, Scuti with a bit of complications gets the square piece, which is the perfect piece to burn that all out. An L or bar would be nice. Gets the bar. Now just needs another one for the Tetris, and there it is. So Dog has actually taken back the pace lead just a little bit here. He's ahead by just under a Tetris, but both of these players are well on pace to get a 600k transition. Dog with potential to get probably 640, maybe 660 if my math is right. I'm not sure. And Scuti, a Tetris behind that potential into 19. So both these players with a very, very solid game number 1.
yeah, this is looking pretty set to be a double 600k. Scuti just needs 2 more Tetrises and 11 lines left to go for the 19 speeds. Dog with his next Tetris will get the 600k with 2 Tetrises left to score, and he will get that 600k. So very nicely done here from both players. Scuti gets the long bar as well, and looks like we might be transitioning really even, almost exactly tied. A simul
There we go.
Tetris.
Scuti 636 in the transition. Dog LP's Tetris ready, gets the bar. He's looking at the 657, so my prediction was pretty much right, I think. So I can do math. That's awesome to hear. But Scuti is ahead by about 7 lines right now, so that could make a difference in the end with how these players play on the kill screen. Dog with the pace lead, slightly behind in score to Scuti, but that's not really going to matter too much as long as he plays the same aggression.
Yeah, Dog at 732, 711 for Blue Scuti. This is potential for 1.2, and if things were to go near perfect, this could even still be a 1.3 in the kill screen. And that's exactly the type of games that we're expecting to see. Scuti is Tetris ready, waiting for that long bar, and both players are clean so far.
Yup, there we go. Scuti with a little bit of a slowdown there. Just going to be some unlucky pieces. It's not going to be too difficult to get out of, but That's going to cause him to take some burns. And that square was pretty bad. 2-burn solve if he gets good pieces. It is a 2-burn solve, so well played from Scuti, but that's going to let Dog take a little bit more of a lead here. Dog now 1.5 Tetrises ahead. So the lead is starting to get a bit more noticeable here for Dog.
Yeah, it's still less than a Tetris though, but Scooty's still forcing some more burns. This is potential for a 25 max out for Scuti. Dog, I think, will also be looking for a 25 max out. Actually, could be an into 25 with this efficiency.
It takes no burns. It's into 25, I think. Maybe just... No, yeah, into 25, yeah. But, you know, that's not really the goal here. The goal is to survive. So, Dog, do not go all out here. Okay, this is not Dangler perfect max out. There we go, just under max out for Dog.
It almost looks like he was going all out, but he just gets
a
nice
almost
lumbar.
did for a second. There we go, max out into 25 for Dog. Meanwhile, Scuti is about to max out himself. One more Tetris will do it. Kind of sells out the board for it, but he does eventually knock it down. Great time bar as well, so his board's going to be pretty much safe here. But Dog with an actually somewhat significant lead now, going up to 72,000 points, and he is still behind in lines.
Yeah, Scooty still with a potential 1.2 into kill screen, while Dog could still get that 1.3, now 1.12 at level 26. So monstrous pace here from Dog.
Yep. And Grandmaster saying in chat that pace lead doesn't matter if you top out and your opponent's ahead, and that is very true. But it does matter if you don't top out, and these players really are masters at not topping out. So in a setting like this, the pace lead can mean a lot. And Scooty's board here is not good. He's going to have to make a hole to score that Tetris, which he does do successfully. And he's going to take the burns into 29, whereas Dog here also kind of selling out his stack. Going to just probably burn it down. But he's at a 1.2 right now. Wow, just 1.278 for Dog in the 29. Scuti knocks down a Tetris, though, and both of these players are off and running.
Dog, I don't know if that was a double flip, but it is going to cause some complication in his stack. Needs a 5-tap there with a long bar. Goes for the flat burns. Let's see if he can set up the delayed burn sequence. Would love another flat burn, but goes for the 5-tap with the T-piece.
Great L piece. A bar would be great for Dog here. He's going to take the J. Flat L is going to be awesome. There we go. He's going to burn out, but with all of that, Scuti has pretty much tied it up here. He's still ahead in lines, but he's been able to score Tetrises, and Dog still isn't. Oh, wow. What a dirty Tetris from Dog there. Still trying to keep that lead he has against Scuti. Now Scuti needs a 5-tap. Gets it. That was a little cheeky little 6 left there from Scuti.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Needs a J-piece.
He sells out the board like that for the Tetris. That is nasty from Scuti. And he's still clean too.
These are some disgusting 29 play from these two. But Scuti banging that Tetris, taking the lead. Yeah, he's now ahead by a Tetris and a half as Dog is still burning, but he is in a safer situation than he was earlier on. But this is still anybody's game. However, Scuti does have the advantage in this game one, and he's still banging down these Tetrises.
Scuti has been playing this perfectly, and there's another one. He hasn't burned in a while. There we go, finally burning a little bit. But Dog waiting for Tetrises. The bars just aren't well timed for him now that his board is clean, and Scuti's just been knocking him down. He's at a 200,000 point lead here now. Wow.
Dog needs to go near perfect or hope for Scuti to top out now. Dog is touch ready, banks out a touchdown with 1.46. This is still rollover possible for Dog, but Scuti is my top out here if it doesn't get the right pieces. This is still survivable, but it is going to cost efficiency.
I'm not sure Scuti's going to be knocking down another Tetris. Maybe if he goes for an aggressive one. So Dog does actually have a chance here. There's a Tetris from him. There's another one. So he pretty much needs to score his last 3 Tetris here to have a chance. Scuti's going to be able to set up. There we go. Scuti gets it, and he has one more in the tank. I don't know if he'll be able to do it.
Dog needs to go set up for a double Tetris. Can he do it? Needs a lumbar. Needs a lumbar. Lumbar's not showing up.
Ooh, no, that's not going to happen. I don't think so.
Wait.
Unless he does a miracle here. No, it's not going to happen for Dog. Wow, what a game number 1 for Scuti, winning with a 1.75. Incredible play on the kill screen. Dog didn't even play poorly. He had a high 1.2 into 29, but Scuti's kill screen play just proved too much to handle for that first game there.
not far from the highest losing score in CTL. I believe that record is by either Neko or Myles. It was a 1.7 losing score. So wow, it came down to the wire. 3.4 combined score on a level 39 line cap. Incredible plays from these two. Just what we want to see here. And we're gonna set up a reroll. So let's get the new seed in, D0326B. So if you guys want to take a minute, feel free. Wow.
Some online facts here from Macy in the chat. Scuti pretty much getting a casual 650k post with a dig on 37. 37 is one of those levels where you want to be scoring Tetrises. Pretty much he had a 10-15 line dig and still got a 650k. Imagine if he didn't get into that dig. That could have been even more ridiculous. So Scuti here showing his prowess on 29 and Dog showing his prowess before 29. So this is going to be a very entertaining battle here. I'm going to stick around for one more game. Then I've got to go. So guys, let's make it even better. So, you know, it can be hype and all that. That would be cool.
2 millions across the board are going to be happening in game 2. I believe. Dog taking a minute though. Really making sure you're late for your study session.
Yeah.
We do have ready from Scuti. Dog setting up the seed. It is pinned in the chat. D0326B. Let's thank some followers here. Smungathon and Argus Guy, thank you for the follows. Once again, if you like to help contribute to the prize pool, you can do so with Matcherino, currently at $1,235.56, and it can keep growing with contributions from the community. Thank you guys so much for already getting us over the $1,000 threshold. And Muffin's all right. Thank you for the follow. And we got a raid from both players. So let's not waste any more time here and get started with game number 2. Count it down for the final time in... Wait, I didn't click it. Shit. In... or 3, 2, 1, Tetris.
What the hell? My internet died, bro.
Oh my god. What happened? Wait, what happened to everybody? Everybody just died. Oh, wrong seed. So it was wrong seed. Eyeball's internet died. I couldn't hear anything. I didn't even click the countdown at first.
No, literally what happened is you started, okay, Eyeball, count it down, and then this entire screen just stops for me, and I'm like, ain't no way, man. That's actually so funny.
This was like 5 different things went wrong at once.
Yeah.
All right, new seed.
Well, that's a good time for things to go wrong before we actually start playing.
Right, got it ready from Dog. For take 2 of game 2. And Scuti setting up the seed. Oh, we got a $50 contribution into the prize pool. I'll thank you once we get started with game number 2. Count it down, this time in
4, 3, 2, 1, Tetris. There we go. Pieces have shown up for both players here. Interesting opening there from Dog, choosing to go for the little T-tuck. Gotta love it. Looks cool, so that means it's better.
I'm gonna mispronounce this, but Josh Kimil with the $50 contribution, thank you so much. Bringing our total up to $1,285. I'm so sorry for butchering that name, but you know, it's the thought that counts. But here we go. What a game 1. That is definitely highlight worthy.
Indeed. Okay, interesting set there from Dog. He's gonna settle for that. Oh, gets the double LP. Oh no, but then misdrops the square right after. Kind of unfortunate. He was gonna be able to get out of that with... Oh, what is going on here for Dog? This drought as well. Oh no, that's not how you want it.
Oh no, dog!
Oh no.
What is happening? All these misdrops, and that might just do it. No, wait, oh my god! Yeah, that's gonna do it!
Oh
What happened
no.
with Dog?
What just happened for Dog? Oh no, to me it looked like controller issues. That's what I saw. Maybe I mean I could honestly couldn't tell you what happened. Dog's gonna have to tell us what happened, but I'm not even sure if that would be a redo or something, because like that was just a top out, man. I don't know. I don't know what the call is on that.
I think that.
Gee,
I
well,
think
that was an anticlimactic way for me to finish my commentary for today.
All right then. Well, Eyeball, thank you so much for being here. Hey, at the very least, you won't be late,
Yeah.
I guess.
No, I won't be late. Don't worry. Yeah, but thank you guys so much for having me on as a commentator. Hope to be back. Actually, no, I don't hope to be back next season. I hope to be playing. That's what I hope to be doing. But if I am not good enough again to make it to playoffs, then I hope to be back here, because that'd be pretty cool. But yeah, thank you guys a lot. Yeah, I will see you later, I guess. I don't know. Follow the Twitch, by the way. All right, peace out, guys.
All right. Goodbye. Thank you, Eyeball, for that, for tuning in, not tuning in, for helping me out with co-commentary, and for the pre-show as well. Dan tag in. Oh yeah, Dan V, the guy that doesn't even restream. Yeah, we got it ready from both players, so I guess I'm just gonna solo commentate until the finals. Let's get started with what could potentially be the final game of the set. Can Dog clutch up game 3 in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. K9 with the 321 bits, 200 bits saying you got this, Dog. But yeah, what a very unfortunate game too. It was definitely a legit top out, so we're not going to redo it, but it looks like there were some, I don't know, mechanical issues that kind of surprised him, and he wasn't able to get back into the swing of things in time. Just unfortunate early top out, but it's still an active set. Dog can still survive game 3 and potentially set up what would be our third reverse sweep. We've already had 2 reverse sweeps in this playoffs. One of them was with Scuti being 2-0 against Dan V, and was able to clutch up the reverse sweep, as well as Sodium reverse sweeping Tristop. And 100 bits from Wintera. And once again, Dog with some misdrops. Looks like he's a little bit discombobulated right now, but we've seen his game literally in game 1. Just he can bring this back. It's still manageable. Yeah, when is Mudu's gonna roll? He do a flip. Oh yeah, hold on. Let me just do a flip. Ah, there you go. I did a flip. Daw with a couple of misdrops, or I don't know if he meant to do that, but it is gonna make him a Lombard dependent once he opens up that well. And it looks like Scuti will have a 2 Tetris advantage. The vocabulary on this man, yeah. Freaking topography having type of vocabulary. Dog sets up a Vitz, but with a very messy stack now. Oh, misdrops that T, gets a Lombard, and misflips that L. Good lord, what is happening? It's gonna be a single. So he's still alive, but has just been in a very, very scary situation. He joined up VC. Who's in VC? Oh, Jasmine? Okay, cool. You know, Hey, welcome.
Hello.
Welcome, welcome. You made it just in time to see Dog try not to get swept. So, how do you, have you been around for the, previous matchups?
Yeah, I've been watching along.
Very nice. You did see a Vitz there from Dog earlier on this game. He
I
unfortunately.
did. Ooh, and the blink thing just done.
Oh my god. You know, I'm definitely glad I have another commentator that knows about what the names of these adjustments are because I have no idea. I would have just called it a nice tuck sequence. That's
Blank thing has got to be tied for my second favorite adjustment.
So yeah, what do you think happened between Dog in that game too? Do you think it was just missing just bad roll mechanics or maybe controller issues? Or you did
Yeah, it
mention that
seemed
he
to
had
me
a
like he just missed a couple of crucial rolls right there at the end. I think like he was pretty comfortable that he could get out of it right until that crucial miss drop, and then things just spiraled from there. But knowing Dog, he's really good at getting back on track and not letting previous games haunt him. So I think he can definitely bring it back and tie this up.
Yeah, for sure. Right now, however, Dog has taken a almost 7 Tetris deficit. So things are not looking great right now for Dog, but he's still alive, and that's what matters. You know, there was an instance where this isn't the first time where Dog was actually behind 2-0 against Scuti. This happened before, and I believe season 24. He was behind 2-0 in the regular season, but was able to reverse sweep Scuti. So this is not something that Dog hasn't seen before.
Yeah, I mean, Dog just has so many years of competition experience. It's pretty hard to phase him and get him really nervous at this point. I feel like once he's locked in, and he can do what he needs to in order to take a game.
Yeah, here we go. Scuti transition with a 661. Looks like Dog will transition with a mid 400k. So Scuti geared up for that potential back-to-back, or will Dog try to keep prolonging this set and look for his extended dominance in CTL? Oh my god, that adjustment there with the, I believe it was the L.
Ooh, and that pullback just now from Dog, he knows that he's really far behind, so he's doing everything he can to try to keep as much efficiency as possible.
I also just realized I was not sharing my screen this whole time, so we were behind.
Oh.
My bad. That was my bad. Again. Good lord, I keep forgetting. Alright, Scuti in a bit of a situation though. He is getting a Tetris. Dog at 525 behind by 225,000 points.
Yeah, Scooty's just trucking along. Great placements, solid moves.
Here we go. Dog with a 583. Blue Scuti at 811. This is potential for a 1.2 once again.
Scooty with
into
the
29.
S flat.
Yeah, just very good with these adjustments. And so is Dog, but looks like Dog is trying to make sure he isn't misdropping. Kind of a bit of a cautious style that I've been seeing from Dog here in this game 3.
I feel like recently from Dog, I've been seeing a lot of like last minute adjustments. Like he'll wait for a piece to fall halfway down the screen before adjusting it to where he actually wants it. Maybe he's just like giving himself more time to think about it. Maybe he's, I don't know, a little bit nervous.
I think there is just it might be like he might be a little bit demotivated after that early game 2 top out, and then he ends up misdropping a bunch of pieces in game 3. So I feel like he just needs something to get into that rhythm, and he's still in this. He just needs to clutch up 29, hope for an early top out from Scuti into 29, or just even before 29. It looks like Scuti in a bit of a situation right now. Set up for a dirty Tetris though.
Yeah, but knowing Scuti, you could never expect to rely on an early top out, so really tough situation that Dog is in here.
Yeah, Scooti is trying to burn this down, though, which is going to give Dog the opportunity to try and chip away at this lead right before 29 play. It's a triple. Now, it's going to be clean, right on time for the 29 transition. Looks like Dog, all things considered, could get a max out into 29, but is not getting some good set of pieces.
Needs to bring this down. Okay, there he goes.
Can go Scooty's transition with 1.15. Dog can transition with these next two Tetrises if he goes perfect. Scuti is still setting up here. He's looking for a J piece. Gets the J piece. Gonna be Tetris ready and bangs on a Tetris now with a 1.2. And looks like Dog will transition there with a 965 now with a max out. Misdrops that S, but does get a nice T piece to try and solve this. Now with a long bar dependency.
Like a max out into kill screen is by no means a bad pace. It's just Scuti has not been letting up this entire game.
Moodoos on Twitch saying, I wish my suffer games were max outs. Here you go. Dog is Tetris ready. Bangs on a Tetris now behind by 239,000 points. So Scuti is not letting go of the gas pedal. And Dog running out of time, trying to go aggressive. And is Tetris ready for the center wall? Yeah, there you go. Gets a center wall Tetris and is still committing to the center wall. Will he get rewarded for this aggression? Does so and gets another Tetris now with 1.16, 1.36 for Scuti. He is still in the game.
Ooh. Oh, these 5 taps are really 5 tapping.
Yeah. You almost feel like this just like makes you clench a little bit because like, oh, it's almost about to hang it, but he doesn't. But now with 1.2 is Dog, 1.45 for Scuti, and gets a triple, but he's running out of time. Oh wait, Scuti in a lot of trouble, but it's still diggable.
Oh, that's easy work for Scuti.
Oh,
no sweat.
Dog did hang that piece though. Might set up a row 2. He is set up for a column 2. I mean, it's set up, needs a long bar, goes for the safety triple, forcing some burns.
So aggressive.
Yeah, but he needs to be aggressive because he's still behind by 280,000 points now. And this might be insurmountable by now. Let's see what he can do in these final levels. Scuti now with a 1.58. Dog with a 1.39. Scuti with a rollover. And this might be it for Dog. He's Tetris ready. Can set up 4 more Tetrises now. Scores 1. Might just need to go double Tetris ready. Doesn't get the Tetris, and that will do it for Dog. Hopping out with a 1.43. Scuti has taken the sweep.
Actually heartbreaking.
So, wow.
So well played from Scuti, though. 2 absolutely insane games.
Yeah, very nicely done from Scuti. He was upside down right now. So I don't know why this happens, but let's get him back on his feet. There you go. Looking very nice.
Actually,
there you go.
A little known fact about Scuti, he actually plays upside down. You had it right the first time.
He actually plays from his ceiling. So
yeah, he hangs like a bat, you know.
Oh my god.
Kids these days.
All right. So what are we gonna do, Kingsman? Are we gonna keep Jasmine here in the co-commentary? I mean, I'd be happy to have you here if you want, but unless Andy wants to do a triple commentary threat. My points peak. Fine. Jeez, Mari. Good lord. Calm down.
Steal my biggest supporter in chat.
See who will be our second finalist. Scuti. There we go. There you go, Mari. Take your points. Get Dog on comms. Imagine. I should just have every single Division 1 player in commentary, and I just don't say anything the entire time. There we go. Squid, please stay in the Nestris and let me ping Myles, because my boy, you are good to go. There you go. Myles is here for the finals. Can you believe it? The finals.
Myles versus Scuti. Ooh.
Yeah, this is
Out of all 4 possibilities for who could be in the finals, Myles and Scuti have played the most games against each other this year.
yeah, I can see that. And then for somehow, some way, we've never seen these two in the finals before. So, it's the highly anticipated matchup that's finally happening. This is the new Dog versus Andy for CTL.
That's funny that you say that, because when I first joined the community, I thought Myles and Scuti were brothers.
I actually do think they joked around about that a little bit earlier on. But yeah, that's kind of funny. Real OGs remember when Scooti called himself the Walmart Alex T.
Yeah, Myles and Scuti have played 7 games against each other so far this year.
Wow.
Myles has won 2 and Scuti has won 5 of those, the 5 most recent ones. So we'll see what Myles can do here.
Hey, with every streak comes an ending to that streak, so we'll see if Myles can take that. You know, this is kind of interesting, you know, now that I think about it. Last season, it was Scooti who was working towards his first ever championship title. He was going up against Gerald Freeman in the season 25. Now the tables have turned a little bit. Now it's Scooti who's the champion, and Myles who's that one player that is working towards that first title. He's kind of punching up, as you could say.
Yeah, I mean, I think he has all the tools that he needs to succeed here. He just has to, you know, dig deep, stay focused. I think both of them have a really good shot here.
So now that Scooti is the higher seed, I'm gonna ping him so he can choose whether or not he wants 18 or 19 stars or reroll, or increment. So let's set up the predictions. So there we go. Didn't you predict Dog versus Myles, I believe, if I'm not mistaken?
I did.
So
I've
Dog
been
is out.
mistaken.
Oh no. What I want to ask is, now that that possibility is out, do you have any new thoughts or new opinions on what you think are the chances between these two to take the title? Like, how do you feel Myles fares up against Scooti?
I mean, from a historical standpoint, I do think Scuti has the advantage there, just because in the past 5 times that they've played against each other, he's won all of those. But I really do think both of them have a good chance. But, you know, Scuti's last 2 games, the 1.7 and the 1.6, is pretty terrifying going into this, trying to play against him. But, you know, new match, it's anyone's game. I think they both have good shots. Yeah, we'll just have to see what happens.
Yes, I agree. I am I don't know. I'm very torn, like, because I'm hoping for the back-to-back run, but I'm also hoping for another player to get their first CTL title. You know, we're kind of reaching. It'd be nice if we reach like a season of broken streaks this year, where Scuti broke his streak in CTL, Sidnev broke her streak in CTM, and then Myles ends up breaking his streak in CTL again. So.
That's true. It's the new era. All these new players coming up too.
We got 100.
People we haven't seen before.
100,000 channel points for Scooti in the predictions.
Wow. Who is it? Oh, Mari. Oh, with all of the points that Mari took from me.
Unfortunate. You know what? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna. Where's the prediction? Yeah, this is what happens when I pin the seed. I can't see the prediction. Okay, I'm gonna predict. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna use all my channel points. Actually, do I even have? I can't even use my channel points. Shoot. Welp. I can. Let me go on my phone if it's possible to go on my phone and do predictions.
What happened to your channel points?
I don't know. I have 0 channel points. What happened? I guess it's because I'm running it on the CTL
Did you go
channel.
all in?
I don't think so. Let's see, let's see. I think it might be because I'm in the CTL account, not in my main
Oh,
account.
yeah.
So let's hey Kingsman, if you should add everybody again in the announcements. Hey guys, it's the finals.
Love me a good prediction. I was watching, I think, one of the previous CTL finals when I was abroad in Turkey, and they have laws there that prohibit you from like doing channel point predictions.
Whoa.
So I couldn't participate in any of them when I was abroad.
Dang. Well, unlike Turkey, we here at CTL we encourage gambling of false.
Keep mining.
Right, there you go. I put in all my points on Myles.
Okay. Want to explain that one?
I saw that Scuti had 100,000 channel points and Myles had 5,000, and I didn't like that. So but then as I was in the middle of predicting Myles, a bunch of people started predicting Myles.
Yeah,
So-
it's like 50-50 right now.
So now I just look like an idiot, but it's okay. Mudu says I'm all in too. You know what? We should all go all in. Go all in. Like who cares?
Everybody go all in.
Yes. R75 with a matcherino. Yes, we do have a matcherino set up for the prize pool. Can you believe that? $1,285. Thank you guys so much for contributing so much. We usually have a goal of $1,000, and that definitely got broken this season. Which is good, because even like, you know, it's easy to be like, hey, we're raising a bunch of money because it's like right before CTWC. And then CTWC happens and people are still contributing. So it's always nice to see all the support. Who just pinged me? Oh, Kingsman did. All right.
Yeah, one thing I'm grateful for as a relatively new member of the Tetris community is that there's always Tetris happening.
Oh yeah, but we do have it ready from both players. So if you can see the stream, right? The share screen.
Mhm.
All right, so let's not waste any more time and count it down in
3, 2, 1, Tetris!
Okay,
That
I
was
need
so
to-
exhilarating. I've
I
never
know.
done that.
First time for everything. Okay, I need to ask you this. What is your full Twitch handle? Because I just have you in as J1 in the Twitch thing.
Oh, it's jhuang103.
Okay.
And it's just like a school ID that I just use for usernames sometimes because I didn't realize that people on Twitch had cool usernames. So I'll change it soon, I promise.
Oh no, it's fine. It's, you know, none of them will be as cool as PK Rick. So
Yeah,
It all
don't
means-
compete with PK Rick.
my favorite is when people call me PK
Yeah, that's
Eric.
what I wanted, but you took it already, so.
Very nice. All right, 69,000 points for both players. Yeah, they're going. Actually, I was about to say they're going perfect. Myles are taking 2 burns. So, yeah, this is gonna be.
Burns.
Yeah,
Unacceptable.
yeah, unbelievable. Might as well just give it to Scuti. This is gonna be interesting to see from Myles because the last time he made it to the finals, he early topped out against Andy in game 1, and he failed a chase down by like 1,000 points in game 2 and then game 3. Andy just
That's actually heartbreaking.
yeah, so I think it's going to be really interesting, especially in this game 1, to see how Myles fares up in the finals. And I feel like depending on how game 1 goes, that might
Like shift
really-
his mental.
yeah.
Yeah, well, for now he's got his game face on. He's locked in. He's in his new dorm.
Hey, Peak, change the bottom bar. Oh shoot, you're right, Ian Keith. This is not the semifinals. This is the championship finals. Thank you so much. Because I keep forgetting. Listen, we need a producer. One of these days, we just need a producer.
An executive producer?
Yes. Unpaid. We can't have that.
Burrito Dad says, oh, it's Vit Girl. Yes, that's me.
You know, It is funny that just that quickly you already have a legacy known as the Vitz girl. One thing I recently found. No, go ahead.
Oh, lots of other people are also part of Vitz Nation. I think I'm just one of the most vocal ones.
Yeah, the thing is, people have been addicted to Vitz for a long time now. I remember when Somalian Captain was like really into Vitz back in 2021, and now people are acting like it's just a new thing.
Yeah.
But hey, at least you're known for the Vitz. What I ended up being known for, other than screaming and Scuti in a bit of trouble right now. So let's stop yapping for a second while he tries to take this down. Nice little single there. Anyway, what I ended up being known for apparently is for misdropping and topping out after having a really clean stack.
Oh no.
That's kind of, when people top out when that happens, they just call it a PK rig stack, and it's like, well,
You mean
shit.
like when you're too high on the screen and you can't fix it fast enough?
Well, not even that. It's like it seems like your board is clean, and then you misdrop, and then like 1 or 2 misdrops happen, and you just top out immediately.
Yeah, happens to me all the time.
There you go. That ends up being that's what I'm known for now. 359 for
no.
360 for Myles, 383 for Scuti. And then you top literally me on 19, bro. Myles. Yeah, he knows exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, here we go. Both players potential for 600k transition. What are your thoughts on Scuti's play in the semifinal, especially in game 1 against Dog?
Oh, wait, remind me of game 1.
Game 1 was a 1.7 between Scuti and a 1.67 from Dog, so like it was back and forth.
No, that was absolutely crazy. Both of the players played their absolute hearts out. I feel like game 1 is so important for setting the scene for the rest of the match that, you know, players try extra hard. They're like refreshed. They want to get that momentum going. So it was truly crazy from both players to see such high scores. And yeah, I think like Scuti is playing really, really well today. His mechanics are on point. His stacking is good. He's locked in. Yeah, I think we're about to see a couple of really great games from Scuti here in this finals.
And I really want to see how Myles does. I feel like against Sodium, he did play really well, but I feel like there was a bit of a nerves because I feel like he knows that he's a favorite to win. And definitely has the more competitive potential than Sodium. But what ended up happening is I think he got too into his head and started misdropping a lot and playing very safe on 29. So I feel like it's going to be interesting to see how he does against Scuti, who you could say is more of an even play field, just in raw competitive playing alone.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I think Myles going against Sodium and knowing that Sodium doesn't have the level of 29 playability that Myles does, maybe Myles felt a little bit more safe, you know, taking it more easy, taking more burns, because he knew that he could probably outlast Sodium by the end. But, you know, you don't have that with Scuti, so he's going to have to, if that was his mindset, he's going to have to shake things up a little bit here.
Yeah, but here we go. First transition. Looks like Scuti has the advantage here at 598 for Myles, 675 for Scuti. So once again, Scuti with a monstrous transition. We saw this in game 3 against Dog, and he's just maintaining that momentum. Nice spin there with the help piece for Scuti. But is continuing his tear here on the 19 speeds. Myles at 652, still behind by 2.5 Tetrises as both players are with a drought.
Weathered it just fine. Tetrises out of both. So funny. Every time I see someone like with a double well now, I always think of it as a potential Vitz. I think like it's broken my brain a little.
You know, I've never seen you actually play. Do you set up for as many Vitz as you should try to, as you like see when you watch Tetris?
When I do when I can. Honestly, I do way more than I should. but maybe not as much as you think I do.
Fair, fair. I mean, it's probably more than I do. I literally never see fits unless it's accidental. But what's
What?
not what's not
You should mix
accidental?
one, it's fun.
Listen, no, I can't do it. It's like I can't see it, especially when it's like I can only do delayed vits because if I see the long bar in the next piece, I can't react fast enough for it. It has to be delayed.
Yeah.
But anyway, 863 for Myles, 926 for Scuti, and Scuti right now trying to bring this down. He's lost a bit of pace, but Myles still behind by 50,000 points.
Yeah, I mean, both of them were digging right there, so don't think either of them could really capitalize on that.
Dan saying, don't need stacking if God mechs. True, very true. Scuti one off of a max out here at level 27. And Myles has actually caught back up to Scuti's efficiency, now only behind by a Tetris and change, as we are nearing the first 29 transition between these two players of the championship finals. Who will take first blood? Both players experiencing the same drought, 30 pieces and counting. Oh man,
Droughts on 28 are never fun to contend with. Really have to get get these boards back down.
43 pieces. That Lombard's not showing up. Give him the bar. Finally gets along for Tetris, but in a lot of trouble. Needs to survive this. Still behind by 32,000 points as he transitions with a max out. Scuti with a 1.1 and counting as he scores that Tetris. So here we go. First 29 transition between these two players.
I'm honestly so impressed that Myles was able to get that back down on 29.
Yeah, some very nice burns here from Myles. He's still alive now. Has to go Tetris ready as he's now 4.5 Tetrises behind Scuti. Scuti not letting go of the gas pedal. Looking for that potential back-to-back world title, CTL title for the reigning champs. Myles though bangs on a Tetris now with 1.18. Scuti with 1.3 and bangs on a Tetris 1.34.
Beautiful placements from both of them. Hitting all of those 5 taps, absolutely crucial.
Myles in a lot of trouble. Needs a flapper in there with the LPs. Gets the LPs right on time. Nice set of pieces here. It's gonna be Tetris ready and looking for that Lombard. That Lombard's not showing up. Getting dragged by 36 pieces and counting. What are these droughts in the seed? Bangs on a Tetris 1.29 for Myles. 1.42 for Scuti.
Myles knows he's behind, so he's like really trying to stay efficient here.
Oh man, that overhang from Myles could have been a little deadly, but he's doing a great job at managing to stack Scuti in a bit of a situation. Has to burn this down. This could give Myles the opportunity to catch back up, only behind by 2,000 points. Needs a J-piece. Gets the J-piece, and Scuti might top out here, and that will do it. So it's Myles. 1.44 is the score to beat, but he's in a lot of trouble. Gets a Lombard for the 5-tap. 5-tap there for Lombard.
Wow. That was beautiful.
He needs a Tetris and change. He needs at least one Tetris. Oh my god, these pieces are not friendly for Myles. He's Tetris ready. Gets a Lombard for Tetris. 1.43. Now he needs a triple. Gets a double. Needs a triple. Needs a triple. Or a double. Oh my god, he's going to be behind by 2,000 points. Or 1,000 points. Oh my god.
My goodness. I think he thought he had it there, right at the end.
Oh my god! No, everybody's beside themselves.
No. Biggest fumble. Oh no. I think from his reaction there, I think he thought he had it right there with that double at the end.
Yeah, maybe he thought it could have. Maybe he thought one of those burns could have been a triple that ended up being like a double, but.
Oh no, that's actually heartbreaking.
So this, I mean, now you know how he felt during Andy in that game too. That's almost exactly what happened, except it was on a level 34. But
no, you're writing the repeat into existence.
Oh, the script. We recycled the script. Oh no.
So well played from both of them, though. So many droughts that seed, and I feel like they weathered them through relatively well.
I'm not gonna lie, I forgot if Scuti said he wanted an increment or reroll, but I'm just gonna do. Actually, he prefers increments. So, whoops. If
If
it's
the
a
next seed is bad, he's blaming you.
yeah. If you just wanted an increment, you can just do that. You don't have to reroll. I did just do a. I don't know. It's a habit at this point. But we do have it ready from Myles. Scuti can't hear me. You know, unlike Myles is one of the few players that actually listens to the commentary. Maybe that's why he lost. But we do have it ready from Scuti, so yeah, he was one line away. Let's get started with game number 2. Count it down in
2, 1, Tetris. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong screen.
That's I used to do that all the time, especially when I was restreaming, and then I ended up being like 5 seconds behind my commentary. So
Yeah, because I got chat in the other one.
unfortunate there, but what a game 1! Oh my god.
Yeah, that was actually crazy. Such good performances. Oh, and the Vits! Did you see that?
Yeah. The one
What a
time I don't miss
Vits.
it.
Oh, that was so great.
See, that was delayed Vits, wasn't it? Robin said that delayed Vitses are not Vits; they're just war crimes. But honestly, I
What?
believe, I believe delayed Vits are
No,
the
I
only
think-
way.
No, I believe it was coming next and he pulled back for it.
Oh, well, I think I'm just coping then. All right, Scuti with a Lombard dependency on column 1 and also a L-tuck setup.
He just tucked a T into it, trying to bring it down.
What's a VIT? It stands for vertical I-tuck setup. So whenever you hear me say a VIT setup, that is a redundant thing to say because it's already in the name. I don't need to say setup, but I still do because I'm just
Yeah,
like,
I mean, all of the other adjustments are the actual move. Vits is the only adjustment that is named after the setup, so I say Vits setup sometimes too.
see, there you go. That means it's the correct way of saying it. And now Mari says it's bad stacking, so.
Okay, Mari. Well, you're not on comms, so.
Yeah, that is true, by the way. I'm also the editor, so I could just like edit out like anybody saying something bad about Vits. I will say though, I hate the name Vits, and I still do. I just really like the setup.
I think it's better than death-defying vertical long bar slide.
You see, I think that's so funny that it becomes good again because it's such a stupid. Where you
It's
go,
not
Myles.
Ooh, they're both like kind of in little pickles.
It's the moo thing, says Dog. Yes.
I heard that apparently before it was moo thing, it was like hydrants thing. Definitely a lot of history there.
Yeah, some people just choose to update the names out of nowhere, like
Actually,
But-
speaking of Dog, he's the one that told me what Vits were.
Oh, there you go. Shout out to Dog for ruining classic Tetris. No, I'm kidding. There we have it. Let's do some score checks, you know? This is basically the type of commentary I always do in the regular seasons. Just talking about nothing that involves the game. 294 for Myles, 275 for Scuti. Oh, and Mudu's saying I unconsciously stole the setup from Adam, so I guess we're just all a bunch of thieves.
Oh, great pullback there from Myles to make room for the long bar.
Zeeth, Pyson, 27, Slayer Tompa, Gladbach, 1989. Thank you so much for the follows. Dan V the Pants saying, "Imagine stealing. I would never do that." I was kind of hoping that he would say that like in the multi Tetris Twitch account. Yeah.
Imitation is the highest form of flattery. Oh, I saw it. I saw the blank thing before he did it. It makes me so happy now that I get to like see when adjustments should happen before they happen.
Oh, Scuti in a lot of trouble right now. Had needed that flat burn, and now set up for delayed sequence. Has a lot of holes in the stack. Oh my god, Scuti gets a split double.
And he's being so intentional with these placements too. He knows exactly where they have to go.
Yeah, Scuti is surviving this, so he's gonna be okay. It is gonna cost efficiency though, which Myles can use to his advantage. This is something he needs to take into account. He needs this. I think it just needs like one game win, and I feel like we'll be seeing a more calm and like collected version of Myles. He is very calm right now, but you know, I feel like that.
For sure, yeah. Momentum is so important.
Yeah, especially in. I think what got to his head was he was so close to not getting that sweep again, or not getting swept again, and then he lost it by 1,000 points, and I feel like he needs to maintain that same momentum he had in game 1, and he's doing a great job at it now. Potential for a 580 into transition.
He's choosing to play, you know, 2 rows up. Doesn't want to give in any of that efficiency, doesn't want to burn it back down.
Yeah, Scuti will transition with a 490. Myles transitions with a 590. So here we go. Second 2019 transition. I mean, Myles with a T-tuck. And a nice T-spin from Scuti. Is looking to build up his left side. And is Tetris ready once again? So Scuti's doing a great job here. Myles zipping those long bars all the way to the left. And Myles experiencing this drought, but it's going to be okay. Bangs on a Tetris 694. Now it's 577 for Scuti.
Yeah, just some really clean play from both players. Scuti knows that he's a little bit behind, so I feel like he's doing his best to, try to stay aggressive, but that long bar didn't make it all the way over.
Scuti needs a 5-tap. It's double long bar dependent. Gets the 5-tap in, and it's gonna be, I wouldn't say okay, but it is gonna cost some burns. This is still diggable. People are asking
even further behind.
People are asking for the playlist. I don't even know what's playing right now, but I'm sure it's something. I don't think it's Wipeout. There's like no Wipeout in this playlist. Yeah, it's Gerudo Valley probably. Yeah. Anyway, Scuti with a double is almost 7 Tetrises behind Myles.
Myles was holding out for the T there, but couldn't find it.
See, I don't know.
I never know how long to wait to hold out for the T.
Oh yeah.
T-spin set up. I feel like I always wait way too long.
Oh yeah, and then when you decide not to wait too long, it shows up right in the next piece. So it's yeah, here go Myles, but ahead by over almost 200,000 points. So what do you think might happen here with 29 play? This is Myles is like a different scenario where he's no longer behind. This time he's with a very significant lead.
For sure. As we inch closer to level 29, I think he's going to play it really safe, make sure he has a really good board going into 29 because he can afford it, and just do his best to, take Tetrises when he can, but also not be afraid to line out a little bit more or take some burns if he has to because he knows he's ahead.
It looks like both players experiencing the same drought. Scuti with 2 Tetrises now with a 905. Gonna transition with a 1-off if he gets this next Tetris. Myles already with a max out. Looking for a potential 1.1 into transition. Oh, it looks like he'll be with a 1.096. Scuti will transition with a 977. So here we go. Can Myles tie up the set this time? Or will Scuti take a game 2 victory and be at match point for the 3rd game?
And Scuti immediately already with a really weird board. Trying to clear things up, trying to get things to the side.
Man.
This is not what he needs when he's already behind.
My God, those squares to the right are so scary because even though that's a 4-tap, that's still so easy to hang, especially when your board was aspired as his was. But he's doing a great job here with the mechanics. Max out for Scuti, 1.12 for Myles, who hasn't really taken a Tetris yet. He's just been burning. Scuti with the first Tetris of the 29 speeds. And Myles will bang down a Tetris. And bit of a misdrop there.
Weird placement, yeah.
It's going to be okay, though, but it is going to give Scuti the opportunity to catch back up, and he's doing just that, not only behind by less than a Tetris, so this is anybody's game right now. 5-tap there for Myles. Scuti is still burning. Myles could use this to his advantage, but he's also in a digging situation. He's a Lombard solves his dependency in the center.
Which is not friendly to his board. A little bit of jaggedness.
Scuti is going for the Lombard dependency, but he's Tetris ready now. Can he get the Lombard in time? Gets the Lombard for Tetris, behind by 580 points.
Oh, it's so close.
Myles with a crucial 5-tap to solve that J dependency. Scuti in a lot of trouble. Doesn't hit the 5-tap, and that's going to do it for Scuti.
But Myles blocked the well right when that long bar came, and he's trying to... Oh, wait, he's already won.
Yes.
Oh my God. Okay. I have
Very
PTSD
nice
from the last game.
Oh yeah, no worries. I'm sure Myles does too. Very nice though. Myles has taken game 2 and his first ever game win in his finals career. So this is the first time he's won a game in the championship finals, tying up the set with Scuti.
Big smiles now. He's probably feeling a lot better. You know, stopped Scuti's momentum and started his own.
God dang it, I keep hitting the wrong thing. Okay, new seed FF790E. Kyle the Fanatic on Twitch says, alright, looks like we're on pace for a 5-game slugfest. Wouldn't that be great, having a decider? If you would like to help contribute to the price, we can do so with Matcherino. Help our players out, our top 4, especially our finalists. After showing us these incredible games and very, very tense moments here, both players are ready. So count it down. This time, look at the Discord.
Yeah.
Count it down in
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
You know what we should do? We should have a bunch of people in the voice chat, but they can only talk when we're doing the countdown. So they do the Tetris chant like they do in CTWC. But that's all.
Yeah, that'd be so sick.
But that's all they do. They wouldn't even talk.
That's the only thing they're allowed to.
Yeah, exactly.
If you notice right at the beginning there, Myles did the Broden opener and Scuti didn't. So I don't know if Scuti didn't see it, or I just think it's a really interesting difference in their stacking just right off the bat.
Yeah, for sure. But I don't know, man. Like all these adjustments, I've definitely every game I play in comp, I probably missed 5 different adjustments I could have done, but I ended up just setting up a flat burn or something.
That's true. That's true.
Lil Bongo with the follow. Thank you so much. Welcome on in, everybody on
Broden
YouTube.
opener is Z45 and then L123. It's when you get the Z first and the L second.
There you go. Online facts for the adjustments. I'm gonna completely forget that after.
Yeah. The first time that I heard that, I had to draw it in my head, and it took a minute longer than it should have.
Yeah, at least you got it now. Now it's in your memory. I've been commentating for 4 years now, and it's still, I still can't even differentiate between a JD spin and a boiler spin. So.
Oh, one of them looks cooler. That's all.
Ian Keith on Twitch saying, let's start the let's go Toogie chant. And then some review with a boo go. Yeah. Anyway, Scuti with a J dependency. Solves the J dependency. Bit of a drought forming, but gonna be okay.
Both playing up top here.
Yeah, Myles with that 29-piece draw does get the long bar in time for the Tetris.
He needed that J too. I always make that J dependency.
Oh yeah, J dependencies are like my biggest, like, I rely way too much on J dependencies. Like, way too much. Like, it doesn't matter what playstyle I do, like if it's dash, tap, or roll, I just always gotta set up those J dependencies.
Yeah, like right on the left side.
Yeah. Ian saying J dependencies are the funniest thing considering it's the second least likely piece to be dealt. Alright, Scuti with an L dependency, not a J piece. He's Tetris ready, trying to build up the left side of his board. There you go. Bangs on a Tetris. So it looks like we might be seeing... There is a potential for a 600k transition. This is still too early to tell, but this is a really good start to...
And they're so close.
Yeah. So we've seen game 1 where Myles is behind by a significant margin. Game 2 where Scuti is behind by a significant margin. Will we see a situation where both players are neck and neck into 29? And how will both of them deal with that newer situation?
Yeah, I feel like the name of the game this match is, you know, having the better score into transition, into 29, and it seems like they know that now, so they're really trying to be the one that's ahead going into that fastest speed.
Yeah, for sure. You could have just ended it at the name of the game, having the highest score, and that's it.
But particularly this
Yeah,
match. Especially this one.
Very true. Scooti right now, not really setting up the 600k strats. He's kind of trying to set up a top out strats. Well, he's not gonna top out. 481 for Scuti, 519 for Myles. Yes, Mudu saying Scuti disrespecting parity. And then Pigeon. You know, back when I don't know if you guys are aware of back when, I don't know if he was ever called this or if this is just me making stuff up, when the parrot emote used to be called Parody Parrot, if I'm not mistaken. I know he was always called Pigeon, but I feel like he was at one point called that, and that was when we were really obsessed with parody before rolling.
You're saying the parrot used to be called Pigeon?
Pigeon. His name was John.
Pigeon. I see. I mean, parody is still really important. It's not like we're not obsessed with parody anymore.
Yeah, speaking of being obsessed with something, I'm obsessed with these scores because I'm going to be score checking. 562 for Scuti, 616 for Myles with a Lombard dependency. He does still have a 600k transition, but it is going to cause some burns as he nice double there. Wow, that adjustment was crucial for Myles.
Burn vision. That was so good. Oh, now he's dependent again.
Yeah, but he's still in a safe enough position. Got the right set of pieces. Scuti with the delayed burn. Opens up his right. Well, his Tetris ready, but getting droughted. Oh no, Scuti. Scuti in a lot of trouble. Gets the Lombard right in time for the Tetris.
That was scary for a second.
Yeah, those square pieces are just so... You know what? Square pieces are my least favorite.
He was able to take care of those misdrops so easily. That's so impressive.
Yeah,
sometimes when you misdrop, like, the board isn't what you expected that it would look like, so, like, your brain isn't ready for the next piece, and you misdrop a couple more, and, you know, you just top out PK Rick style.
Jesus. Good lord. I didn't even... Oh, okay, there you go. Scuti with a T... Now that's a PK Rick misdrop right there. The T piece. Now, Scuti with a Lombard dependency. Yeah, now a lot of trouble. Still ahead by only 18,000 points, but Myles takes the lead with that Tetris. Now, Scuti needs to survive this. He will, but it is going to cost a significant amount of efficiency. And yeah, he's gonna be okay. But Myles has now taken a 60,000 point lead. Imagine the game plan, or what can end up happening if Myles ends up taking game 3 and be at match point for his first title.
I mean, the most important thing was that Scuti didn't top out right there. So, you know, anything's better than that. So he's still in the game for sure. We'll see.
King's been saying peak one of the few Latam players that can play on the Latam kill screen, which, if you guys aren't aware, Latam kill screen is just 19. That's the Latam kill screen. Anyway, Scuti at 898, 958 for Myles. So looks like Myles once again will have a slightly less significant advantage, but still an advantage into 29. Scuti is dependent on a J piece. Does get the Lombard for the Tetris to bring this board down, but is in a bit of trouble. Gets another Tetris, so we'll see what he ends up doing right before transition. Oh my god. These pieces are so unfriendly for Scuti.
And having a bad left is really difficult right before 29.
Oh my god, Scuti needs to survive this transitions with a 983. Needs a flat burn. Hits the 5-tap with a T-piece. So clutch plays here from Scuti. Myles, also with a precarious board, needs an L. Gets the L piece in time. Gonna burn into transition with a max out.
This is so high up.
Oh my god, both players in a situation here. Scuti needs a Lombard to solve his dependencies. Myles bangs on a Tetris.
That flat burn for Myles was so cerebral.
Yeah, he really needed that though, because he's now clean as Scuti is still burning behind by 74,000 points. Now 70,000 points. Myles is Tetris ready and behind in a line count. So this is a definitive lead for Myles. Scuti does bang down a Tetris as well though. So we are back and forth here with Tetris plays.
Scuti a little bit messy right now. I think he was trying to center well and then didn't get the pieces.
Oh man, Scuti needs a square. He needs a square or a J piece now. Doesn't get the Lombard over to the left side, and that will do it for Scuti. Myles has taken game 3 and is at match point.
Yeah, that missed 5-tap with the J was so tough.
This is crucial for Scuti. Our reigning champion needs to take game 4 to force this decider, and Myles 1 game away from taking his first title in CTL and us being back-to-back on first timers. Scuti being our first time CTL winner last season.
On fire right now, and this momentum is definitely helping him. He's probably feeling really good. He's on match point. He has a game to give if he has to.
Yeah,
what do you think is going through both their heads right now?
I think Scuti a little frustrated. I feel like whoops. Anyway, there you go, wrong pin. Scuti might be a little frustrated, just not being able to hit that 5-tap was kind of suffering a little bit in the end stages of 19. But it is interesting because he's no longer in the situation where, you know, he already has a title under his belt. So I feel like just from that alone, things are a little bit calmer on his side. Whereas Myles, I feel like there might be a lot of nerves. He is ahead, but he is 1 game away from taking the title. That is a lot of pressure, and it's got to be important for him to be able to handle that pressure in this game 4.
For sure.
We do have it ready from both players though, so let's count down what could be the final game of the season. Count it down in
3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Wait, wrong.
Oh.
Wrong seats? Yeah, wrong seats. Dog saying W wrong seat strategy. Alright, new seed. And Kingsman says, winner of this match takes home 50% of the prize pool, at least $642.78 at this moment, which can be raised with contributions to our matcherino. If you guys would like to help contribute to the prize pool, you can do so with matcherino. Let's even get to like 1,300. I think that'd be a good little even number at the very least. Alright. Got a ready from Myles and a ready from Scuti. So take 2, game 4. What could be the final game this season unless they get a wrong seed again. Let's count it down once again in
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
There we go. So Scuti on the ropes, 1 game away from Myles from taking his first title. What?
Yeah, Scuti really needs to win this one. Defending his championship, and you know, he got to the semis in CTM too, and he's probably having flashbacks to, you know, doing so well the entire month or the entire season in CTL, and now he really needs this game.
Yeah, for sure. Kingsman with the, I think he was claiming some sponsor requests on matcherino. Thank you so much, Kingsman. But yeah, Scuti, I feel like the name of the game right now is just maintaining safe and efficient tournament play. I feel like he's been going for a lot of setups to try and go for the crazy paces, but those pieces were not going his way, so he got forced into a significant amount of burns. On 19, he was doing really well. He was able to catch up after being behind. But on that 29, just that unfortunate hang with a Lombard kind of did him in. Myles with the 3 pushdown points.
Yeah, I mean, it's so tough when you're behind trying to balance efficiency and survival.
Speaking of survival, Scuti was in a very precarious situation. So was Myles, but regardless, Scuti can't afford another mistake. Needs to win 2 games in a row to take the back-to-back run. We are 377 points separation between these 2 players. Oh my god, these pieces! These pieces! Finally, Scuti gets a Lombard. Myles with a split triple, and Kingsman with a $14.12 contribution into the prize pool, bringing our total up to $1,300. Thank you so much, Kingsman. The king!
There's the pretty number you wanted.
There you go. But you know what would be prettier? 1,400. Just saying. 307. Count 240. Oh my god, for sure. He's been still doing the sponsor quests. Yeah, Scuti with a bit of a situation here. Needs to take some burns.
Yeah, trying to hold out for that J. Finally gets it into the score attack. Now it's looking a bit more normal.
Another Trout. Oh my god. 35 pieces and counting. Finally gets a llama for Tetris.
These seeds are absolutely brutal.
Yeah, don't blame me
At
for
the
that.
most inconvenience times 2.
It's because Colin is here. Let's blame him. Not me
Yeah.
who's setting up the seeds.
You can't be known for another bad thing.
No, I already got it. Good lord. That really is my legacy, huh? 386 for Scuti, 351 for Myles. Scuti had a Lombard dependency, but did solve that dependency. Very, very nicely done here from both players. And Scuti sets up, he saw that the Lombard was showing up 1 piece afterwards, so he set up the dependency for it. What are your thoughts on Lombard dependencies?
I mean, if they happen to be Vits, I like those ones, I think.
Well, yeah. Let's say it wasn't a Vitz, right?
Yeah, I personally set up way too many long bar dependencies, just like waiting for a piece, and then I just keep waiting for the piece and make a hole, and eventually becomes a long bar dependency. So yeah, I try to avoid those. Not very good at it yet.
Listen, I don't think.
Usually,
No, go ahead.
when I like set up a dependency, I tell my friends that I'm campaigning for mayor of Dependency City. And then when I start doing really poorly, I'm mayor of Dependency City. But because my friends know I say this already, I just start saying, I'm mayor, and they all know what I mean.
Oh my gosh. There you go. But what I was trying to say is that I don't think Lombard dependencies are bad, right? I don't think if you want to do Lombard dependencies, I feel like it's actually a better dependency than what people make it out to be. And Scuti, oh Jesus Christ, Scuti, please. Scuti. Hold on, I need to talk about dependencies more. Don't top out yet. There you go. Transitions with a 557.
Oh, some great flat burns there.
Oh god, that's square. Oh my god, square pieces. Literally square pieces. I hate them so much. Just because like
Yeah.
it's so
Playing
easy
on
to
the LATAM kill screen this high.
yeah, this is unprecedented. Oh man. 560 for Myles, 620 for Scuti. Yeah, that was a very. You've been seeing a lot of drops this seed. Like, good lord, what is happening? It's just you get one drought after the other. Oh, Scuti, that was definitely miscalculation. He thought that was gonna burn. Adjust that piece, but isn't getting the right pieces to accommodate this stack.
This is so tough.
Needs a square piece, gets a square piece, now he's a J piece or a Lombard, hits the Lombard with a 5-tap. Another 5-tap there with the S piece, bangs on a Tetris.
Oh, that bar came just in time.
When you're in a situation where you're one game away from losing the finals, it's like every single situation like that, it's like you can't even commentate. You just gotta hold your breath and hope for the best. Like you just like as a commentator, I'm just like feeling every single dig that Scuti is in right now. Not because not because I necessarily want him to win.
I'm sweating.
Yeah. But Scuti is still alive, ahead by a Tetris and a half. 758 for Scuti, 715 for Myles. So Scuti is ahead, but this is still neck and neck. Another Tetris for Scuti, and he is clean. He's gonna be okay for the time being. Myles with all these tuck setups. Nowhere to place that square piece. On a bit of a situation, needs to burn this down. Creates a couple of holes in his stack, but it opens up that well. Has to close it right back up, but he's open and bangs on a Tetris. 819 for Myles, 836 for Scuti.
Yeah, easy work for Myles here.
Yeah, Scuti now 875 has lost a little bit of pace, not getting some friendly pieces. Still can get the max out into 29, but so can Myles.
Yeah, it's still so close right now. It's anybody's game.
Yeah, we're like in this moment where there's just so much tension. You can't even be like hype or like really pay too much attention to anything other than just hope for the best between these two players and hope we see some good games. Scuti with a flat burn there at 945. Needs two more Tetrises for the max out. Forced into a double. Once again, another drought.
Oh, drought and some parity issues for Myles.
Same with Scuti. Scuti just gonna go for the safety triple in the transition with a 997. Now with the max out as Myles transition with a 970. Hangs that Lombard.
Missed that 5-tap.
Yeah, this is still diggable, but needs something to the left side. Yeah. Let's see.
And a couple more.
Oh my god, Myles. Can this be it? Can this be Myles' win? But things are not looking good for him. Needs a 5-tap. Hits a 5-tap with the S piece. Now needs a Lombard and column a 9. That Lombard's not showing up, but it shows up too late. And that's going to do it for Myles. And we have ourselves a decider.
Oh my goodness. All these droughts and a decider. The CTWC scriptwriter strikes again.
That's where we spent all our budget, just on the CTWC scriptwriters.
preparing the scriptwriters.
It is a decider, ladies and gentlemen. What? We don't see it. This is our first decider in a final since season 18, I believe. And even then, it wasn't even a real decider because it was a bracket reset. It wasn't a bracket reset. Like, this was back when we had winners and losers bracket. So there was a decider, but the winners bracket ended up taking the game. So it was just a one set. The real decider, the real last time that we had a decider was in season 17. So
history being made right here.
I know, can you believe it? Content, YouTube. Go new seed F3 C8 5D. Someone's saying the Jasmine effect. Yeah. All right. The script got updated. Yeah, that was Nanu versus Dog. Nanu being our last player to win CTL, being a tapper, a non-roller. Alright, Myles taking a minute. Scuti just kind of waiting here.
This must be so stressful for both of them right now.
It's stressful for me, and I'm not even I'm a commentator. I'm just over here hoping no 18 top outs. Mudu saying last season before the troubles, yeah.
I think both of them have enough tournament experience and have been in enough deciders to know how to do their best to stay calm. Play it safe if they have to.
For sure. We do have a ready from Scuti. Myles. All right. All right, you guys.
You want to count it down with me?
Yeah, let's count out together. Game number 5. This is it. Final game of the match and of the tournament. Who will be our champion? Let's count it down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tetris. This is it, guys. This is for all the marbles. Well, not really, because there is a prize pool distribution, so even if the other player loses, they still get a cut of the money. But
this is for a good chunk of the marbles.
Yeah. Mudu saying Myles cooks here. This is his
Immediately a drought.
Yeah, immediately. Jesus, this is it's fine. It's just 20 pieces. All right. Now this is where I'm gonna ask you one more time. Who do you think has the advantage in this decider?
I really can't say. I don't want to jinx it one way or another. I think both of them have such good chances. We've seen them play so well over the past 4 games. It's really anybody's game. Sometimes at the end, it just comes down to, like, whose stacking style is better for the piece set that they get.
Yeah, I think at this point, it's just... I wouldn't say you're at the mercy of RNG, but you're definitely hoping that it's a little friendly to where it'll let you play your own game and not get too punished for it. Getting a lot of people following here. 118 for Myles, 161 for Scuti. So Scuti starting off with a Tetris advantage. Pacifist and Rage on Twitch saying Scuti has more experience in the finals, so less nervousness maybe. And then Cole responds with Myles has more experience though, so it cancels out. You know, this is the type of discussions we should have in the pre-show. It's just what I wanted to do is just like have one person say their opinion, and then the other person is just like, no, you're wrong and you're stupid. Shut up.
I mean, you can look at statistics and like do calculations and stuff all you want, but so much of it is just how the player is feeling that specific day, like how their controller is doing, like in that moment, you know, like if they've had enough sleep. There's so many variables here, and it's just so hard to predict.
Yeah, for sure. It just has to do with how the player is doing in that specific day. And Dan V saying, "Shut up, Peak, you are wrong." No, you shut up, Dan. You are corrupt in CTM. You know what I'm talking about. I won't mention it, but you know what I'm talking about.
Scooty's board a little bit awkward here. Had a T-spin set up and then was LJ dependent. Now had to fill it in because he wasn't getting the pieces.
Yeah, another drought forming.
Beautiful burns though.
Oh, Myles. Some very uncomfortable
that
pieces.
Was something.
Yeah.
For a second, I thought he was gonna go dirty there. Would have been so high.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where like you just have to like just hope that you get out of this as quickly as possible. This is not, there was no way that was going to be deadly, but you know, you're just hoping that you don't get a crappy set of pieces and you end up burning until 19 transition and you're behind by like 200,000 points. He's already behind by 74,000, and that is significant, but it is still within striking distance. Scuti once again, 406. Count 352 for Myles.
Both clean now, you know, good fundamental stacking. Myles trying to avoid some dependencies. And that all works out for him.
Yeah, looks like regardless, Myles has a potential for a mid 500k transition, which is definitely still behind Scuti, but oh my god, this drought. No JP, no LPs, I mean, to solve that dependency. Oh, now 2 pieces, 3 long bars.
At exactly the wrong time, and that one gets over. Oh.
And there you go, able to burn it down. So he's still potential for 500k, but has lost even more pace. Scuti can get a 600 with this efficiency still. Has 3 lines to burn.
I was playing up high again.
That drought.
So tough.
Good lord, 35 pieces. It's just that this seed just wants to like put you in a false sense of security and then completely rip that away. And Myles will transition at 492, ahead by 10 lines in a line counter.
This is a tough situation for Myles to be in.
Oh my god, Scuti needs a J piece. Uses a long bar and an L piece to solve that.
Perfect pieces.
There you go. Scuti transition with a 558. Has a flat stack. Needs a long bar. Gets a long bar for Tetris. Builds up his left side with that square. Gets another Tetris. And so we are separated by 65,000 points. Myles behind. Slightly ahead in line count as well. But both players at level 20. And Tetris ready. So here we go, Jasmine. The final 19 transition of the championships. The final transition of season 26. This is it.
I'm nervous.
We have at most 170 lines left to, well, maybe a little bit more depending on how people playing Super Kill Screen. But until the line cap starts at 330 lines, there's still plenty of game left to go. This is anybody's game. This is too close to tell.
What a season it's been.
Yeah, so many.
What a photo finish for this season. A decider. So many droughts.
Yeah, there's been so many unexpected moments, so many upsets and just surprising outcomes. And it is all coming to a culmination in this one game 5 between these two. Can Scuti, our reigning champion, take the back-to-back title, or will Myles take his first title in CTL. Scuti with a flat stack, needs a long bar, getting droughted. Flat burns there. Oh my god, those burns were so incredible.
Or he's just gonna burn it out.
That bar's not showing.
Covers the well right when the bar comes.
Okay,
Good
okay.
flat burns.
Oh my god, Scuti. Flat. Oh my god, gets a long. Needs a long bar now.
Bar.
Give him the bar. Give him the bar. Gets the bar for the Tetris. 781.
And he pulled that square back just in time for it too.
Jesus. That was absolutely. If anybody here has problems with anxiety, I think we lost them. I think. Because, good lord, someone bring in their inhalers or something.
Really takes a pro player like Scuti to be able to even survive that.
Myles
I would
has
have given up halfway through.
Yeah, Myles has taken the lead throughout all of that, but only by a Tetris, so this is still anybody's game. This is too close. This seed is absolutely insane. But so are our two players here surviving after all of that crap that they've been brought in this game 5. 9,000 points separating these two players. Another drought. Another drought. If you haven't had enough droughts.
Right before a kill screen is so scary.
Scuti with his long bar dependency. Oh my god. Double for Scuti. Is gonna set up for a single. Now it's Tetris ready as Scuti. Myles is all transition with a 971. So here we go. Final 20 transition of the championships. Who will take it? 2 Tetrises. 1 Tetris now separation between 2 players. This is it.
Myles long bar dependent on the left. Uses a J to fill that.
Scuti
honestly, sometimes I think it's better to use the J to fill the long bar dependency on the left.
Yeah.
Instead of the long. Ooh.
Myles gets a nice 5-tap there. Scuti with a 988. Oh my god, needs something to the right side. Gets a nice L to the right. Now he's a square piece or a long bar to the left side. Gets a nice 5-tap. Doesn't go for the tuck. That was way too dangerous if he went for that. 5-taps that S piece. Oh my god, the survival from Scuti. Both players are still alive. Less than a Tetris separating these two. Bing! Tetris for Scuti. Oh my god, and we are still kicking.
Survive that.
1.02 for Myles, 1.09 for Scuti, who's ahead by a Tetris and a half. Myles is Tetris ready. Needs something left side. Gets a lumber. Oh my god. Right in time for Myles. Scuti now in a lot of trouble. Still ahead by less than a Tetris. 5-taps that S piece. Needs a Lombard to column 8. Is set up for a dirty Tetris. Needs a dirty Tetris. Doesn't get the dirty Tetris in time. A bit of a mini drought was forming on level 34.
For him to burn that down though, because if he kept waiting for it, I think he would have gone too high.
We are down to our last 40 lines. And a Tetris and a half are separating these two players. Myles is set up for a Tetris. Can he get the long bar in time? Needs a long bar, and Scuti gets a Tetris. Myles in a bit of trouble here, forced into a single. Needs a long bar now. That long bar's not showing up. Where's that long bar for Myles? Gets a long bar for...
Oh my goodness.
But
how did he get that over?
This is still mathematically possible. Myles needs to survive this as quickly as possible, or else this is gonna do it. And Scuti is gonna be our our reigning back-to-back CTL champion.
Oh
what
my goodness.
A set.
Wow, and that was not an easy title to defend by any means. And Scuti with the mullen.
Unbelievable scenario here. Scuti clutched up the decider, back-to-back champion, and he has won it for the second time. Myles, though, good lord, you did an incredible job. Literally, there's nothing to feel disappointed about. Like, my god, what else is there to say other than...
What a set.
Yeah, that was
a set.
Wow. I am completely speechless.
I mean, they both played their hearts out. What can you do with that many droughts? Like, it was incredible that they even survived that far, pushed each other to their own limits. Wow.
So, Scuti, our back-to-back champion, and we don't really have a lot of back-to-back champions. That's also a very exclusive title there. Only a few number of players have done done that before. I don't know exactly how many, but I know that it's very, very rare. But yeah, let's take a final look at the bracket. Let's update the bracket here. Decider, Scuti has what? Scuti has taken the championship, and yeah, that is it, you guys. Look at this bracket. Look at how many incredible players we had this season.
Wow, what a season. And what a photo finish, too.
Oh, I can't.
Really popped off with that one.
Yeah, the scriptwriter, I think I'm gonna pay him overtime for that. I can't manage the prediction because I predicted that Myles would win, and now I lost all my channel points. I lost all 30,000 of my channel points. Oh no.
Yeah, I have 380 channel points right now.
Oh, Kyle the Fanatic saying, I tell you what, you guys got yourself a new fan of CTL. I'm invested now. Can't wait for season 27. But yeah, what a match. Scooti, if you're still in chat, let us know if you want to have an interview. Kingsman, get your ass over here. No, we'll just be in the VC, Kingsman, if you wanna hop on and do some post analysis, and then we can get Scooti in here. But yeah,
Wow, my heart is still beating kind of fast.
no, yeah, mine too. And that's what you gotta do. You gotta commentate. You can't let the heart, the anxiety get to you.
Trying to speak through the digs, trying to speak through like the 29 play.
Yeah, but you did great. Especially was your first time doing this stuff.
Yeah, that was so much fun.
Yeah, for sure. And we would love to have you here in a co-commentary in the future seasons. So if you're ever interested, just hit us up and I'm sure we can.
To.
Yeah. Oh, Kingsman, welcome. This is the king, you guys. The king is here.
Oh, good. You're screaming on my behalf, so I don't have to do it. Thank you.
Yeah.
First, before we commence the ceremonies here, Jazz, wonderful job by you. You were terrific, so thank you for accepting the offer to come and hang out. You were wonderful. A lot of people enjoyed your commentary. You and Peak, great job today. So very glad that you could join us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So happy to be here.
Yeah, and I'm happy to be here because now it is the post-game ceremony. We have the champion is here live in the VC, the Blue Scooti, back-to-back champion once again. Congratulations, Scooti. When you're ready, you can take yourself on mute, and we can chat, man. We can have a good chat. This is going to be a good time. Peak, you said it before. Back-to-back champion, very, very difficult to do.
Thank you, King. After game 3, I sort of thought it was over, but I won somehow. So.
Yeah, no, I think a lot of people probably thought that this wasn't going to be your day. I know you were chatting in the chat. You were typing away and letting people know that just you couldn't figure out why you were playing so good up until this point. And then you get to the final, and it just seemed like it wasn't going your way. We'll definitely talk about that. Let's talk about the first thing is the season in a nutshell, right? You are playing in Division 1. 1A with you played Myles, you played Tristop, a very tough division. Eyeball, who was earlier here, was involved as well in the playoffs. Let's talk about that whole run. Overall, you had a great season. You were 7-0, really. You were a couple of tough ones along the way, but for the most part coming out on top. And then you played Tristop in the final, and certainly was not your best hour. Why don't you talk about that final game with Tristop and then your mentality going into the playoffs?
Yeah, so going into the final game against Tristop in the league, so Myles had beaten Tristop and I had beaten Myles. So honestly, I assumed that I'd be able to beat Tristop. but he 3-0'd me. And for the whole season I was playing really good, so that's sort of, it made me think that I was gonna go into the playoffs and lose to him a second time, but Sodium took Tristop out for me. Thank you, Sodium.
Yeah, a little surprise there. A lot of people did not have that on their cards that Tristop will be ousted by Scuti. Reverse sweep in that effect as well. Again, looking at the bracket, we have it up on the screen at the moment. Tristop #1 seed. You fall down to #3 because Dog wins Division 1B to go to 2, and so you kind of see you got Dan V. We'll go right into that match. You're down 0-2. Which was a little shocking there too. Dan V up ahead. I know again, first couple of games were not going your way. What was the turning point for you in game #3 to then begin the reverse sweep?
So, going into like the first 2 games, I don't know. I wasn't really I didn't have a good mentality the first 2 games, but yeah, on that 3rd game, it's like something switched with my mentality. I just sort of went, okay, I can't lose. I have everything to gain and nothing to lose. So that's sort of the mentality I had for the match against Dan, and I just continued that, and I started playing well again.
Yeah, certainly. It seemed that game 3, it was like another kind of motion for you. You started to put the jets on. You were laser focused. You take the next 3. You sweep Dan V out of the tournament. He's done. You move on to Championship Sunday, which is today. And then, of course, it's Dog, right? You see #2 seed Dog. He had a good match against Neko. Neko again, another up and rising player that I think certainly we'll see more of in these playoff scenarios. But Dog. Yesterday, the two of you were involved in the Battle Royale #5. So talk about that a little bit too. How much of the endurance does that have to take to play those 8 games, and then the next day you're playing Dog in a best of 5?
Yeah, so the Wars event, I played well the first 3 games, and after the 4th, my mental was just gone, and I sort of had a bad few next games, and Dog actually caught up. He was at 3 points, and I was at like 22, and he caught up, and he was all the way, like, he was ahead of me, and, it sort of affected me, but, every day's a new day, and I just went in and just played my best. I got a new glove that doesn't have holes in it, so I felt pretty good.
I know you were kind of giving some shade to Dog there right before the match. You said, "Dog, I got a new glove, 600K, 29 or whatever it was you were practicing," and Dog was kind of like, "Okay, bro, calm down, right?" And the next thing you know, you go out and sweep Dog. Clearly, he wasn't at his best. Some mechanical issues, maybe. We can always check in with him about that later on. But you take advantage of it. You beat Dog in the semifinal, and now you got to play pretty much. Let's face it, he's your rival here in Classic Tetris. I mean, the two of you have a history going back. Jazz with the facts before the match is that you're up on him 5-2, but it just seems like in these big moments, the two of you go to war. And what a set this was. Again, talk us through the mindset of the match as it progressed from game 1 to game 5, and you being on the ropes. Myles is up 2-1 in that game 4. Again, sounds like something switched for you again, right?
Yeah, so for me, in finals against Sidnev, actually the last 3 months in CTM, I've lost in the finals to either Alex or Sidnev. I went to the Wars, and I lost that, and so I sort of got into that mentality of I play super well in like the semis every time, and then I just play super crappy in the finals, but once again, I think it was game 4. I just tried to, forget that and play my best after I was down. And it's the same mentality of I'm already down. If there's nothing more to lose, everything to gain. So it's just you gotta keep that mentality, I guess, and it worked out.
Yeah, certainly it did work out. Also, let's talk about that game one where you pulled it out. 1,200 points the difference. How important is it to continue to just grind through? We see the digging on level 29, the two of you going back and forth, but mainly it's about survivability on 29. The longer that you can keep the match going, it seems that there is always a chance for someone to come out on top. Your reaction when you saw Myles just missing it?
Yeah, I did not expect Myles to top out. I noticed that he was dirty, and so I was thinking that he'd build for like a triple or something, but he never did. And so I was watching, is like, is he trying to do it in DKS? And it hit, and he had a really bad board, and he couldn't squeak out that final line, so it was just like jumping up and excited I got the first game.
Yeah, definitely all your fans were excited for that. Jasmine here, big fan of the blue Scuti. Jazz, questions for the young superstar, two-time CTL champion now, back to back.
Yeah, always a big fan. Love watching you play. Peek and I were talking about this at the beginning of one of the earlier games. Coming into this as a winner, trying to defend your championship, do you feel less stressed because you've already won one and you don't have anything to prove anymore, or do you feel more stressed now that you have a championship to defend?
I don't know. It's like I'd say against Dog at least, I did not feel like any nerves whatsoever. Then against Myles, I got a little nervous, but I'd say like this is probably one of the first like top 4 of a tournament where I haven't really been too nervous, because most tournaments before now, like, I've just been completely shaking. But I think I've finally gotten a little bit of control over my nerves. So that's
Do you think then
kinda
that
good.
you take like each match just like one match at a time and like try not to worry about like the stakes behind it and just like not think about that and just try to play your best Tetris?
Yeah, I just try and play my best. And if I'm playing bad, I just try and reset. Try and just thinking that each game is a new game, and try and not get stuck in like just feeling bad and feeling that you can't win. That's what makes you lose. If you feel like you can win, there's a higher chance that you will. So I feel like that was what
That's really
helped me win.
interesting. So you try to take like just one game at a time, like not think too much about the context of like the rest of the games and the rest of the match.
Yeah, I've beaten Myles before. So I know I can win. So yeah, that's just what I'm trying to think about is, I've like when I play somebody, I think about I've beaten them before, so I can do it again.
Yeah, that's cool. What about like if you're like, for instance, if you're down 0-2 and you have to win the next 3 to win, like are you more stressed playing a game like that than like the first game of a set?
I stress up 0-2.
You what?
I think I'm more stressed being up, like 2-0.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because at least for me, when I'm down 0-2, I feel like I have nothing to lose, and all I can do is just win. So yeah, because when you're up 2-0, you have everything to lose. Because if you lose 3 in a row, you were so close and you just didn't get it. So
Yeah.
I think that makes me way more nervous.
Wow, that's so interesting. Well, it's been a pleasure watching you play.
Yeah, thank you.
There go questions from Jasmine right there. Peak, what do you have for our back-to-back champion?
No, I have nothing. I'm not gonna lie. This is. I never have anything. This is all
I know you
winging
don't, but
it.
I know you don't, but I have to be a gracious host and make sure that you get some airtime as well. But I think that's the funniest part that you always have. I have nothing. Scoots, again, wonderful job by you. Before we let you go, a couple more things. First thing is the grind of CTL. People always talk about that. I kind of bring it up at this stage of the season when we get to the final. Now we've kind of gone down the road of making these divisions larger than when they were smaller ones. Your preference overall, do you prefer seeing these larger divisions where you're getting a more variety of playing different players over a longer period of time, or would you prefer to see the shorter divisions go back to the way they were?
I like the bigger divisions. It is harder to schedule, but I feel like if you lose a match, it's not like fully over. Like if it's just 5 or 6 people in a division, if you lose one, there's only like 3 more matches you have left. But if it's 8 and you lose one, you still have a bunch of matches left to try and rack up the points. So I feel I like these bigger divisions more.
I think that's very kind of you to say that. We know that you're not trying to throw any shade to people like Somalian Captain or Curie, where after one game these big divisions is over for them. But that's okay. Also, Scuti, we're going to take a little break. We're going to be off for a little while. We come back in October. We'll be back after the Jonas Cup. I know there are maybe some rumblings that you might be looking at getting some DAS games in. You've signed up for the DAS League, DAS Champions League that's going on right now. Is that going to be our main focus at this time during the break?
Yeah, I mean, I got Masters, but I feel like all I got in the next month is just mainly DAS tournaments. So I might grind some DAS, try and get better at that.
Do you feel like playing DAS has helped your stacking a little bit? I know a lot of people kind of comment that maybe your stacking isn't as proficient as some of the other top players, but they know that your mechanics are on point. Do you feel like this is the opportunity now to maybe silence the critics with this DAS play?
I feel like my 18 stacking is so much better when I play DAS. But I have taken notes from 19 DAS stacking for my 29 for rolling. But hopefully I can get better at stacking. But yeah, I mean, I just feel like better at stacking when I play DAS, which is weird. But hopefully I can get better at pacing and stacking.
Certainly, with potential of other players returning like Dangler, I'm sure Myles will look to try to come back, and a host of many others that will return for next season. Does that mean you'll be returning once more when we kick back our 5th year, Scuti? This will be the 5th official year of CTL, commencing this October. Will we see you try to come back for the B3B?
Yeah, I mean, how many people have back-to-backed?
I don't think anyone's done it.
It's Richard, the tapper.
Okay.
That's right. Yes, that's true. And I should have known that peak because I had called, I think, all 3 of his wins. So who knows? But I really, now that we're looking at this format of the playoff scenario, I think obviously the situation that you're in is much tougher than what Richard was doing back, many seasons ago, where basically it's just whoever was going to get to the top was the winner. Now we have this playoff system, and it's a little bit more convoluted. That I think the achievement of getting a B3B in this era certainly will have a lot of weight to it. So yes, you could certainly be up in the pantheon with someone like Richard, but we will look forward to seeing you again come season 27. Final thoughts from you, Scuti, before we let you go.
I mean, no, I'm just excited I got the back-to-back wins. Second CTL win, so excited for that.
Very
Well,
nice.
any shout outs for the homies before you go, Scuti? You gotta acknowledge your friends, right? You know, the people that have been there with you, the people that are there to grind the game with you. Give them the shout out so that they can feel that 3 seconds of fame.
Shout out. Alright, let's just pull up a list. Alright. Cole, Doodle, Wallbant, Tyler. Yeah, Fractal. Just like thank you, everybody.
All right, thank you to all those great, and I'm sure many others as well. You know, of course, to your parents and grandparents. You know, always I gotta say, Blue Scooty Grandpa always watching the match. Not even the ones that you're in. He's always watching these other ones. You know, and I appreciate that. So your whole family very invested there, and I think Scooty. One last thing. We haven't announced this yet. I think it's common knowledge at this point. I think you have something cooking very soon, don't you?
Yeah, so I'm hoping to help run an event in my hometown in Stillwater, Oklahoma. I'm gonna get help, so just so you know, it's not gonna be a 14-year-old running an event. But yeah, I'm running an event. There's an open regional on Saturday and DAS tournament on Sunday, so I'm excited to be able to help run an event and try and just get a lot of people there hopefully and have a good tournament.
Well, certainly, yeah. So I think it's called the Stillwater Showdown. That'll be happening, I believe, late October, Scoots, right? I think that's when that'll be happening. So, folks, make sure you check out all the Tetris Discords. That'll be announced and promoted heavily over the course of the next couple of weeks. And Scooty, maybe we'll see you at Jonas Cup. Who knows? Your DAS is certainly capable of making a bracket there. We would love to see you come out and try your hand at the inaugural event that certainly people are going to be talking about for years to come.
Yeah. Thank you, King.
You're welcome. Blue Scooti, that's our back-to-back champion. Well done by that youngster there. He is certainly a shining light in the world of classic Tetris, and he has done it again. And he will look to try to do it for a third time coming this October. Congratulations.
Yeah.
So there you have it, Peak. Jasmine, that's your champion, back-to-back. Certainly a tough route. That finals there versus Myles, certainly that rivalry will continue on in classic Tetris. I think Myles, just performing so well on the cusp of reaching that title that he sorely is looking for. I think he's going to get it. Much like we've talked about how Sidnev was so close 7 times to the CTM championship, and spoiler alert for those that haven't seen it, did finally win recently. I think Myles is on the cusp of reaching that milestone here with CTL. Jasmine,
Yeah.
again, you're fantastic. Yeah, final thoughts from you before we head out.
Yeah, I think that was just such a great final match. Both players played so well and it was so evenly matched. And, if Myles got that last line clear on that one level, maybe things would have turned out differently. But couldn't have asked for a better game to watch, to commentate. So thrilling and such high caliber play from both of those players. It was really great. I don't think there was a better way to end the season off.
Absolutely. That certainly was a thrilling ending, and we were so glad that you were here with Peak on the cons, and I speak volumes with Peak as well that we need to have you more on stuff like this. So certainly, I'll be in touch with you. Peak says, oh, you can reach out to us. Now I'll be in touch. We'll work it out. We'll see what we can schedule down the road for future seasons. And
Yeah, it was
certainly,
so wonderful to be here.
yeah, no, I think you brought an element of the game that we aren't really looking at. You are very much a student, and I think that's something that we need to have more of, right? You got blabbering commentators like myself screaming my head off, but at the end of the day, we need people like yourself that is calm, cool, collected, and knowledgeable about certain aspects of the game, and I think that brings a wonderful element. We're glad to have you join us, so thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Jake, my man, you've done an excellent job as always. Can't do it without you. And you got the YouTube was popping today. I saw that. A lot of people watching on that end, and Twitch. Of course, we had good numbers today. You are the host with the most when you run this. An excellent job on the pre-show. I was proud of you, man. Even though I gave you 3 hours notice, I'll give you 4 hours next time, and I'm sure you'll update those slides to look even fancier than those Wars guys. Right? We got to beat those guys.
Yeah, I just gotta make sure I add some animated backgrounds, and that's all you really need to do. No, but yeah, this was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun with this. I had a lot of fun commentating with people that, spoiler alert, I have never talked to any of you ever. The day you got Coffee, thank you so much, Coffee, Eyeball, Jasmine here going the finals. Everybody in the pre-show. Everyone did a wonderful job, and I really missed that because these previous seasons, there's been some OBS issues that we got fixed finally, where like every time I get a co-commentator in, you can hear the Tetris sound effects. So I ended up having to commentate by myself for a long while. And this was the first time where I finally got to interact with an actual person for once. And, everyone did a wonderful job. And yeah, I'm really happy with all my co-commentators and how well they did, and for taking the time to come join me and give me their analysis and everything, their insight. I also want to thank everybody for contributing to the prize pool. Everyone who followed. Let me thank some people that I haven't thanked right now. Played Tetris before. Matthew, TF Wrath, Bug of Cake, Sumonova, Vorg, Random, Num Generator, Truffles, the Boris, Knight, the original Kaju, Skitness. Wow, that's a lot of followers. Kittens, Troid, Nimayan, Lime Slide, Yom, Community Patrol, and so on and so forth. There's a lot. But yeah, thank you guys a lot for continuing to support this event, because as I mentioned in season 25, it's easy to kind of get more people to watch us whenever we're in the middle of CTWC season. And so after CTWC, there's like a little bit of worry that I have. I won't lie, a little bit of worry that's like, people will probably stop showing up, or we won't be getting as many players, or there won't be as much contribution to the prize pool. And you guys show that you're all interested in CTL, you're interested in our players, you're interested in the event that we run, and for that I'm always grateful for literally everything. Even if you're just watching, you don't even have to like contribute any money to it. Just being here, chatting with us, giving us your takes on YouTube or on Twitch. It's all more than I could ever ask for, and I am eternally grateful for that. And of course, I'm grateful for Kingsman here, for being the showrunner of it all after Mudus wanted to blow it up and disintegrate it into dust.
Yeah, let's just bury him. He's in the chat, so it's okay. But yeah, thank you, Peak. Listen, again, I've always said I can't do it without the people that always are behind the scenes helping to make this thing run every single season. First and foremost, you yourself for getting the YouTube running and making it basically a true production. You pump out videos on time with all the effort that you do, and I'm glad that it's finally in a position where you can reap the benefits of it, and obviously we'll look to continue to do that even greater as the seasons progress. I'd like to thank all the other super streamers that are always on this channel that are getting the season going, man. You can't get all those matches done without the help of every single super streamer, and there's too many of them to list, but obviously every single one of you that are in the Discord and have that role, you're an integral part of making this thing go. Along with the restreamers as a whole, those of you that have always been helping out every single season, the Richard Wolves and the Hecates and the Temps and so on that continue to pump out game after game after game. Adam Irish, can't forget about him, and others that are starting to get involved too. We thank you so much for helping to get all those matches done on time. Of course, the players for being flexible with availability and being mindful and respectful of everybody else's time to make sure that you are playing at the scheduled times and giving us great content that we would continue to be the league that is number one in all of esports. And you're the viewers, of course. Without you, then nobody's watching. So I appreciate every single one of you, all the supporters for the matcherino, the contributors that have been giving money, bits, and subs to this channel in order for us to function and be able to pay restreamers for their hard-earned efforts. And the contributors that I was just mentioning, we got our usual suspects of the Scott Grays and there's a Mr. Shadow. For those that don't know, that's Ethan. K9 watching Tetris, ton of money by you this season as well. Our Borrow, Agathis, Josh Como, just to name a few of those that have given quite a bit. Ronkley, as usual, gives a portion of that, and many others that will be shouted out during the season end awards that we do when we do the next batch of CTL season 2017. Can you believe it? We're going to get to season 27, the official start of year number 5.
Wow, I hope we can cook up something special for the 5th year anniversary of CTL, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. We do have a little bit of a break coming up. So I'm excited.
We probably won't, but it's okay. It's fine. It's fine. 5 years means a lot that we were able to do this. And again, he's here in the chat. At the end of the day, you have to give a standing ovation to that man, Moodoos, the founder of CTL, the chairman emeritus of the league. He still, from afar, gives the input and gives his opinions on what's going on. But I think at the end of the day, he's happy with what is going on with what CTL has brought for the players. So again, thank you, Moodoos, for all those years of bringing the league and getting it to where it is today and allowing me to take over and be the organizer extraordinaire that I can be.
All right. Yes. Thank you so much for everybody. And with that, I guess all that's left to do now is look for somebody to raid, which I already have Alex T because I don't feel like looking. So
I think that's fine.
the follower has followers. Who cares? All right. Yeah. Thank you guys a lot for everything, for being here and tuning in. We'll catch you all later.